Dear colleagues, dear participants, honored guests who have joined us today, we are welcoming you to the online forum Sustainable Livestock and Animal Welfare Ukraine 2025, which is dedicated to the World Day for Farmed Animals. Today's event has been organized with the support of the EU, Erasmus Plus program Sulava, as well as with the support of the Swiss-Ukrainian program QFTP. Together with the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, as well as the State Service of Ukraine for Consumer Protection and Food Safety. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Taras Vysotsky. Taras, the floor is yours. Welcome, dear participants of the forum. The very fact that we have almost 500 participants now, and I have heard that there are more than 1,000 signed up participants, is just a testimony that the topic we will be discussing today is very relevant. It's hardly debatable that the issue of livestock and animal welfare are not relevant. Why? Because in Ukraine, livestock the topic of livestock is developed. We have livestock. We use advanced technologies in this area, but we also have vast potential for future growth. So if we are looking at ratio, it's 25% of livestock to 75% of horticulture, even though in European countries the ratio is 50 to 50. Which means that there is still room for growth. What does it mean? Growth in livestock production. It also means increase in export, which means we can make much more than the inner demand, which will require for us to increase our exports to various markets. The main market is the EU market as well as other markets, which have their specific requirements. If we are talking about an increase in livestock production, it should definitely follow the principles of sustainable development, and we should definitely speak about complying with the principles of animal welfare. And since January of 2026, as part of our EU integration, we will be already putting these principles into practice as part of our obligations. So in this context, our today's forum is of extreme importance, with the added fact that today is the World Day for Farmed Animals. It's a relevant event for us in view of the current state of livestock production, the prospects for livestock production, as well as future path for its development. These two aspects, sustainable development and animal welfare, is an irreversible trend, which is a prerequisite for any producer, for any country that is building a relevant system of control, traceability, where we can confirm that these principles are put into practice. I have looked at the agenda. It's intense, packed, full of interesting speeches. And what is great is that the video will be available after today's forum, because I think everybody involved in livestock production, everyone who is working in the topic should definitely hear all the speeches, because it's going to be something that will help you. You will have a concentrated portion of different speeches with the international expertise, the expertise from the representatives of the Ministry of the State Service for Consumer Protection and Food Safety. So it's a great agenda, and I congratulate you on it. So first of all, I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank our international partners. I want to thank the European Union and respective projects. I want to thank the Swiss Confederation for their support. I also want to thank all the speakers who made it possible to have such an intense agenda, those who will be participating in today's forum. And I also want to thank all of the participants, all of the attendees. This is a testimony that we are not just declaring that we will be following these principles, but we will be putting everything into practice. We will be doing everything so that our livestock production is following the principles of sustainable development. So I hope that everyone's expectations will be met today and you will get answers to the questions that you have. You will better understand the principles and the future steps in this type of development. It's a priority area for our government, which we will be supporting in the future. And it's important that economic agents have answers to their questions and have the knowledge on how to put different principles into action. So I wish everyone to have a fruitful discussion so that we don't have any force majeure situations. And there may be some heated discussions which may result in a consensus which will help us implement set principles in our agrarian sector and in livestock production sector in general. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a great forum. Thank you for such a high evaluation of our agenda. I do believe that actually we are trying to meet our end goal. We are putting together the forces of everyone so that we can build the conditions for sustainable development and application of the principles of animal welfare. Thank you, Mr. Vysotsky, for your constant support. With this, I'd like to give the floor to the Deputy Head of the State Service of Ukraine for Consumer Protection and Food Safety, Volodymyr Kusturov. Thank you, Victoria. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all participants of the forum. I want to mention that animal welfare is a complicated issue of national and international significance, which includes scientific, ethical, economic, and religious aspects. And it also has an impact on trade. Animal welfare is closely connected to the development of livestock production, health and welfare of humans, and the environment. In most cases, we are focusing on animal health as the key element of the controlled episodic situation in a country. But we understand that the improvement of animal welfare will result in better animal health and vice versa. With Ukraine becoming a candidate member state to become an EU member, the requirements for animal welfare have increased, in particular during maintenance, transportation, and killing of animals. We have now introduced amendments to our legislation and have developed a series of regulations pertaining to animal welfare that will be put into effect in the near future. There is also an understanding that the implementation of requirements for animal welfare will require additional investment, in particular in poultry farming and pig farming. Attraction of new investment is possible when the business understands the economic advantages. We see today's forum as one of the stages for the implementation of animal welfare requirements in our country. In Ukraine, a number of enterprises are already working in compliance with the EU requirements for animal welfare. These are those farms that are exporting their products to the EU. While receiving export licenses, they were already implementing the relevant standards, and our service is monitoring their compliance with these principles. Our service, as a competent authority on animal welfare, understands the entire spectrum of measures that should be taken and implemented step by step. We are currently working to create a unified state system of state control over animal welfare. We are developing monitoring tools. We are offering training opportunities to our specialists and are also involved in other measures. In my opinion, efficient implementation of animal welfare requirements in Ukraine will only be made possible if we have a synergy between government agencies, the public, business, and international partners. At the same time, I want to thank our permanent partner QFTP, as well as the Sulava project for the organization of such a large-scale forum. I also want to thank the representatives of the European Commission, DG Sante, as well as the EU member states for your support and for your willingness to share knowledge and expertise, which is extremely important for our country. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kusturov. Thank you for such a wonderful and inspiring speech. Thank you for our constant cooperation, and we are moving forward in our desire to put all these principles of animal welfare into practice. And right now, I'd like to give the floor to Professor, Head of the Scientific and Research Department of the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine, Volodymyr Otchenashko. Dear colleagues, dear participants and guests of the forum, on behalf of the management of the National University of Life and Environmental Sciences of Ukraine, on behalf of the academia, I have a great honor to welcome all of the participants of today's forum dedicated to sustainable livestock production and animal welfare. Our university, just like many other universities pertaining to the agrarian sector, has been developing the intellectual and scientific potential of Ukraine for more than 100 years now. We are not just witnesses, but also active participants of the profound transformations in this sector, and the experience of many European countries is extremely important for us because they have been accumulating this experience for several decades now. In our country, the transformation is taking place under the circumstances of extreme challenges caused by war and the Russian aggression against our country. And of course, there are also serious challenges pertaining to the European integration and the readiness of our society as well as our technical experts towards implementation of these standards. One of the important priorities is alignment of Ukrainian legislation with EU acquis as far as animal welfare is concerned. We understand that we are talking not just about some technical standards or requirements pertaining to export, transportation, and keeping of animals, but we are talking about a humane approach, about ethical treatment of animals as living beings. We are talking about the responsibility of us as human beings before animals that are a source of food for us. And we understand that there are several agencies that are key players here, and the universities are also key players because they actually educate the future generation of specialists who will be putting the principles of animal welfare into practice. At the agrarian universities and colleges in Ukraine, we have around 80,000 students, and they will be the bearers of the new culture in livestock production. And our task within today's forum is to ensure this synergy between education, science, business, government agency, as well as the expertise of our international partners in implementation of this type of policy. And within this kind of cooperation, the result will be for the animal welfare to become an integral part in livestock production and in the development of our country overall. So, dear colleagues, I wish for our forum to become a platform for fruitful discussions, for practical solutions. And we, as the co-organizers of today's forum, understand that there will be multiple questions asked. There will be discussions pertaining to some baseline requirements about the commercial attractiveness of undergoing such transformations in the technological norms pertaining to livestock production. And I understand that the results of today's meeting will become an impetus for future growth, which will result in a humane, competitive, and sustainable growth. And of course, we have to thank the armed forces of Ukraine because it is due to them we are able to maintain the sustainability of our country in general and have the livestock production sector. And I wish everyone inspiration and the best of luck in our joint work. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you, Mr. Ochenashko. So let us thank the armed forces of Ukraine for being able to move forward. Thank you very much. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to CEO of Sofoso AG and an international expert of Swiss Ukrainian program QFTP, Manon Schuppers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vika, for the introduction. And I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to all participants online across Ukraine and internationally to today's event. The Swiss-Ukrainian program QFTP, which is supported by the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, has been working in very close collaboration with the Ukrainian authorities since 2019. And while at the earlier stages of our program, most of our focus was on the animal health and food safety elements. What we have seen in recent years is that the topic of animal welfare has gained a lot of importance at the authorities, but also in the sector as a whole, for many reasons, but of course, including the EU candidacy status. Which means that the topic of animal welfare is still relatively new to the sector, and still quite a lot of changes and adaptations are needed. And the pace of these changes at the moment is incredibly fast. Which also means there's a high need for information and for better understanding of what is coming in the coming years. And I think that is also reflected, the need for information is also reflected in the high number of participants that we see in today's event. So QFTP is now also supporting in the area of animal welfare. And as a program, we have three main pillars of our support. The first pillar in this area is that we are supporting the authorities in adapting and aligning the Ukrainian regulations for animal welfare with those of the European Union as a first pillar. As a second pillar, we are supporting the authorities in implementing those regulations, in particular through the development of instruments, tools for state control. This can be, for example, checklists for animal welfare inspections on farms that to be used later on in the process. And the third pillar that we are working on is to organize and support training and awareness events for different target audiences across the sector, both from the authorities, but also from the private industry. And today's event is one example of that topic. As a program, because animal welfare is a very large, and the livestock sector is a very large topic in general. As a program, we focus primarily on the dairy sector, but we work in close collaboration with others to make sure that also for other sectors, the topic of animal welfare is addressed. So at this moment, I would just like to say that I am looking forward to this very interesting conference today. I would also like to already extend a very big thank you to the QFTP team and to the Sulaweit team, our partner for today's event, in putting together this agenda with presentations from different groups and different backgrounds. So I think you will be able to reflect on the topic of welfare, animal welfare, from different angles. And I hope that that will serve the purpose of increasing awareness on this topic in Ukraine. So with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very interesting day.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your coordination for the implementation of the requirements for animal welfare in Ukraine. Thank you for the cooperation. Just as you mentioned, today's event has been organized in cooperation with Sulavi project, which is an Erasmus Plus project. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to Project Manager of National Erasmus Plus Office in Ukraine, Veronika Ivanova. Thank you. So dear partners, friends, and colleagues, welcome to the forum on behalf of National Erasmus Plus Office in Ukraine. Oh, we congratulate you on today's forum. So today is a concluding event, and at the same time, we are talking about the future because the project has laid a foundation for the cooperation between universities and businesses in Ukraine. So Lavi has demonstrated how important partnerships is. The work between Ukrainian universities, relevant authorities, and European experts helped you build a sustainable network of interaction. And this network of partners, starting from academia and finishing with the agrarian business, will become a source of new initiatives that will go far beyond the framework of this project. What is important is that the project has combined an educational and practical components and has created a platform for exchange of experience, which complies with the European approach, develop innovation and enhancing the level of education in close partnerships with all the stakeholders. Lying ahead of us are new prospects available to us because of the Erasmus Plus program, and you can come up with joint masters programs, cooperation programs, enhancement of the capacities of higher education, of vocational education, as well as academic and virtual exchanges. It's important not just to follow up on the existing cooperation, but also to extend existing cooperation by attracting new partners, because this will help to achieve quality transformations, which will result in our graduates becoming competitive on the European market. So I wish all of the participants inspiration and fruitful discussions, and let our today meeting become a starting point for future initiatives that will reinforce Ukrainian education and will promote the European integration of our country. Thank you, Veronika. Thank you for the cooperation that we have. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to the professor at Nürtingen University, who is a project lead at the EU Erasmus Plus project Sustainable Livestock and Animal Welfare, Heinrich Schuler, who will tell us more about the objective of the today's forum.
Victoria, thank you very much. Dear Deputy Minister Taras Vysotsky, dear Mr. Kusturov, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me as the representative of Nürtingen-Geislingen University in Germany to welcome you to this international forum on sustainable livestock farming and animal welfare in Ukraine. Since January 2023, we are now implementing a joint Erasmus project financed by the European Commission about sustainable livestock production and animal welfare in Ukraine, the so-called Zulave project. We are implementing this project jointly with a consortium involving 4 Ukrainian universities, together with the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala and Ljubljana University in Slovenia. The project also is involving 3 Ukrainian associations of business partners in the fields of pig breeding, dairy farming, and meat production. Within this project and during its 3-year duration, we mainly aim at first, the modernization of existing master programs in livestock production and veterinary medicine at the Ukrainian universities regarding topics of sustainability and animal welfare. And second, we intend to foster the cooperation and the links between the Ukrainian universities on one side and the agribusiness sector and decision makers in agricultural policy in Ukraine on the other side. Since many years, all over Europe, we see a rising awareness of consumers and societies on aspects of sustainable livestock production and animal welfare. In the European Union, this is being reflected by the introduction and the further development of high standards in production, in logistics and processing of livestock and animal-based products. Therefore, for Ukraine on its way to becoming a full member of the European Union, adapting to and also efficiently implementing the EU standards and regulations is, of course, of very high relevance and importance for the future development of its livestock sector. However, the successful transformation towards a sustainable livestock sector can only be achieved in form of a common and joint action of the main stakeholders being involved in this process. This transformation requires joint efforts of, on the one side, agricultural policy and state institutions, setting, adapting, and ensuring the effective implementation of standards and rules regarding animal welfare and sustainable livestock farming. And this has to be organized, second, in close cooperation with agricultural producers and the agribusiness as a whole, who have to adapt their production processes and apply the state regulations. And third, we also need the scientific institutions and universities being active in research and providing the future experts who are equipped with the knowledge, with the skills and values to turn these standards into everyday practice. Accordingly, today's conference is structured in 4 subsequent sessions. We will start with the first session about the political implications of sustainability and animal welfare, where we discuss experiences and expectations from the side of the European Union. And we will hear about the status of harmonizing the national regulations and standards in Ukraine. After a short coffee break during the second morning session, we then will switch to the perspective of the Ukrainian agricultural producers in the cattle, pig and poultry sector and hear about their experiences and challenges on increasing animal welfare. The third session in the afternoon will focus on science and education, and we will hear about the results of current research activities and the achievements in adapting and updating current study programs in Ukraine. Finally, during the panel discussion in the fourth session, we will bring the different perspectives together and discuss the further steps and implications for the Ukrainian livestock sector on its pathway to EU membership. I'm pleased that for all 4 sessions we were able to attract well-known experts and speakers from different European countries, experts with a high level of expertise in this subject area. Ladies and gentlemen, already the preparation and the organization of this conference is the result of, and I'm very grateful for this, of the cooperation between different projects and organizations. Namely, I would like to thank our co-organizers, the Swiss-Ukrainian Quality Food Trade Program and the EU-financed Cost Action Effect EVO. Also, I'm very grateful to the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine and the State Service of Ukraine on Food Safety and Consumer Protection for their support and cooperation. Most deeply, I'm impressed by more than 1,000 registered participants from different countries with great expertise emphasizing the importance of the topic of this conference. Among us, we have a large number of representatives from agriculture policy, state institutions, of farming enterprises and the agribusiness sectors, and also scientific institutions, with a remarkable number of students of agricultural and related sciences. Thank you all for participating in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to a highly interesting presentations, and I wish you all an inspiring conference and fruitful discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And with this, we want to thank all of the honored guests who participated in the welcoming part of today's forum. Thank you for your welcoming speeches. And now the time has come for us to start the first session of our today's forum. And this, I'd like to give the floor to Julia Hutel, an expert from QFTP, who will open the first session of today's conference, titled Animal Welfare Policy Aligning with the EU. So Julia will be moderating the first session.
Thank you, Victoria, and welcome to all participants, also from my behalf. We will be now beginning the first session about aligning animal welfare policy with the EU. There will be time for discussion at the end of this session. If you have any questions during the presentations, please leave them into the Q&A box. Our first presentation is from Stanislav Raklev, who is a policy officer in the Animal Welfare Unit at the European Commission in DG Sante, and is responsible of the protection of animals during transport and the international activities on animal welfare. The presentation is about EU expectations regarding the animal welfare on farmed animals. Please, Mr. Raklev, you may share your screen and begin with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can see my presentation. Let me put it.
Mr. Rolchev is starting his presentation. Dear colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that there are two screens here. One is Stanislav Rolchev's screen and the other one is Anna Borsuk's screen. This is going to be the presentation in Ukrainian. If you'd like to follow the presentation in Ukrainian, please click on Anna Borsuk's screen.
Yes, I hope you can see my presentation properly, so that I could start. I assume the answer is yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stanislav Ralchev. I'm a policy officer who is working at the Animal Welfare Unit of the European Commission, DG Sante in Brussels. I'm a veterinarian by profession, and I will try to give you a quick overview on the EU expectations regarding animal welfare of farm animals. Actually, the current EU legislation on animal welfare is summarized on this slide. I'm not going to enter into greater detail, but just to give you an idea on what is the core animal welfare acquis. Basically, we have 5 directives, one general directive on animals kept for farming purposes, one specific for laying hens, one for the welfare of broilers, another one on cows, one more for pigs, and then we have 2 regulations. The difference between the directives and regulation, I suppose most of you are already aware, that the regulations require direct implementation. And the 2 regulations are Regulation 1/2005, which is on the protection of animals during transport, and Regulation 1099 of 2009 on slaughter and killing. This is a short summary of what the core acquis on animal welfare is. I didn't enter into greater detail because we have tertiary legislation in addition. We have also official control regulation, which is related to the controls in the area of animal welfare, but those are the core acts that we will assess compliance when it comes to animal welfare in the context of enlargement of Ukraine to the EU. In addition to these current legal acts, we have future plans for new legislation, because most of the legislation that I shown on the previous slide is even more than 20 years old, and it has not been updated. Today, we have high citizens' expectations and demand to increase and to go for even stricter rules on animal welfare at the EU. And therefore, to meet this citizens' demand, we started to develop new legislation and to update the existing one. And on this slide, I summarize the plans for future legislation. Actually, we have today a Commission proposal for a new regulation on the welfare of dogs and cats and their traceability, which is a Commission proposal that is on the table for negotiations. And we are reaching now today its final stage, which is called trialogue phase. Trialogue is when the Commission, the Council of the EU, and the Parliament sits all together on the table with the idea to find a compromise of the text. And then after this is done, we can adopt a legislation. So we are almost there when it comes to the welfare of dogs and cats, which is an area that was not regulated at EU level, was regulated to a greater extent at national level, but it's for first time regulated at the EU level. We have also on the table under negotiations with the co-legislators, but in a not that advanced stage, the new regulation, the Commission proposal for a new regulation on the protection of animals during transport. In parallel, when it comes to on-farm animal welfare of certain animals, there are plans to modernize the current legislation, and for this purpose, a consultation of 12 weeks, 3 months, basically, is currently open. And on this presentation, there's a hyperlink. It's a bit hidden behind the title, but there's a hyperlink. But everyone who is interested could contribute, could Google it, and could participate and share its views on the direction and how the new future welfare legislation should look like. I would like to say a few words because we are also working at EU level on specific international activities that are related to animal welfare, and those are grouped in the 4 bubbles you see on the slide. Basically, we have bilateral activities with all the third countries. Third countries are called those that are not members of the EU. And we have multilateral, we have trade agreements, we have different cooperation agreements with them. We have also bilateral activities that are quite active and cooperation with the World Organization on Animal Health, which is the only global organization having standards in the area of animal welfare, where we as the EU participate and we support the update and the amendment of their standards in order to reflect the latest science. We have working activities with FAO, with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and some other international and global organizations. The other bubble is about the training and technical assistance, which I will speak later on in my presentation. And then the last bubble is about the enlargement. Enlargement of the EU is something that keeps us quite busy. And I will spend the rest of my presentation in telling you where Ukraine and where the others are in this process and what are the steps forward. But just beforehand, to say that animal welfare international activities are long-term investment based on 3 subsequent steps, which are awareness raising, capacity building, and funding. And here on the link, you can find a way more detailed report if you are interested to read about the EU animal welfare international activities. When it comes to the enlargement of the EU, what is the current state of play? Is that today we have 10 candidate countries. We have the Western Balkan countries, which are Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, which are currently pending frozen in their process, and Kosovo, where there's a delay due to formal recognition by 5 member states. And on another hand, we have Ukraine and Moldova. Commission examination started in 2024. Screening of Chapter 12 was held in September this year. I will speak about this a little later. And screening report will be presented to the member states. In addition, we have Georgia and we have Turkey, but the negotiations with them are so far put on hold for different reasons. When it comes to the famous Chapter 12 is the chapter about food safety, veterinary and phytosanitary policy. In total, when it comes to enlargement in a much broader sense, there are 6 clusters. These are the different areas in which we look at, and there are overall 33 chapters. And from those 33 chapters, chapter 12 is the one that is dealing with the food safety, veterinary and phytosanitary policy. The SPS, the sanitary and phytosanitary measures, comprise approximately 50% of the entire EU acquis, which is more than 3,500 acts, which makes the SPS area one of the most regulated area compared to many others. Just to give you an idea on the level of regulations in this sector. And therefore, any failure to raise standards in areas such as food safety, including animal welfare, could have direct consequences for the single market and pose health, environmental, economic, and reputational risk to the EU. Therefore, and that's why we will look at quite into detail in this area. This is just a scheme to show you the different activities we have with the different countries through the year. So we were starting with the questionnaire that was sent to Ukraine. Then we were having different bilateral discussions. Then we have lots of meetings with the other countries. And then in September we had the bilateral meeting. So what is the way forward? After the bilateral screening meeting on chapter 12, the Commission prepares a screening report for each chapter. And in the report, the Commission may recommend the opening of negotiation for that chapter or set opening benchmarks, actually conditions, Ukraine must meet before formal negotiation on that chapter can begin. The screening took part in September. Actually, 2 weeks ago, I had an opportunity to sit and to discuss with your competent authority their level of progress with the aligning of the animal welfare legislation. Today, as you can imagine, I cannot enter into greater detail and because this is work in progress. But in general, I could say that we are impressed by the progress. We are impressed by the efforts the Ukraine is making, despite the difficult circumstances, despite the challenges the war is causing. We are impressed of the progress. For sure, there's a long way forward. There are lots of challenges, but those have been duly identified, and we had the promise from the competent authority that they will be given the proper attention. The screening report is presented once ready to the Council, where the EU member states are represented, and they must unanimously agree to open a specific chapter. When a chapter is open, Ukraine and the Commission negotiates the terms of alignment with the EU, which includes also the timelines, the transitional periods, or any specific commitments. Each chapter will be provisionally closed when the EU is satisfied of how Ukraine meets the required standards. We have, in this context, it's very important to mention that we have different mechanisms, we have different tools to use. And one of those tools is the EU Platform on Animal Welfare. EU Platform on Animal Welfare is a mechanism that gathers twice a year 75 stakeholders, which includes all the EU member states, to attend this meeting and to discuss all the animal welfare related subjects and future plans in the area of animal welfare. And from now on, we took a decision to invite also one representative per countries in enlargement. Therefore, Ukraine would have its representative, its person attending to the EU Platform on Animal Welfare. So you will be able to follow this discussion. There, in addition to the EU platform, subgroups and voluntary initiatives per specific subjects, and all the meetings are web streamed for those who want to look at, and they are also recorded if you're not able to follow them when is the date of the meeting. In addition, we have EU expert group on animal welfare. This has been established recently in 2024 with the aim to assist DG Sante in the preparation of legislative proposal and policy initiative in the field of animal welfare. Participants from member states, EAA and EFTA countries, including here Ukraine, is also invited to take part of this technical and expert level already discussion where the EU member states are discussing with the European Commission. It is also a forum to exchange on matters related to the enforcement and application of the EU animal welfare legislation. When it comes to trainings and technical assistance, this slide summarizes and it provides the link to the different activities. Those are the well-known beta training for safer foods. We have the so-called BTSF Academy. Your country should have a national contact point through whom all this information will be received from the European Commission and will be spread to the concerned audience. They are dedicated training on animal welfare with European and world coverage to which Ukraine could also participate. Technical assistance and information exchange, the TAIEX mechanism of enlargement, is an EU instrument for capacity building worldwide. So basically it works that if Ukraine identifies specific area of interest, they could contact TAIEX office and ask for support. And then if deemed appropriate, if this area is posing challenges and if supported by us, then you can have a specific capacity building activities or different kind of trainings. And last but not the least, sustained train and technical assistance missions. Those are tailor-made approach for specific topics with concrete objectives on animal welfare. We are not only on animal welfare, but it could be designed for animal welfare, and that's what we are currently working to obtain and to design an STM in areas that are identified as challenging for Ukraine. And by this, I finish my presentation, being conscious of time and knowing that the agenda is very rich.
Thank you, Mr. Rakhev. This was a very useful presentation for all Ukrainian stakeholders involved in the implementation of animal welfare requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our second presentation is from Ramūnas Calius, who is Senior Specialist in the Animal Welfare Division in the Lithuanian Competent Authority. The presentation is about Lithuanians' experience and challenges during implementation of animal welfare rules. I remind you, if there are any questions on these presentations, please leave them in the Q&A and we will discuss them at the end of the session. Please, Mr. Calius, you may share your screen and begin with the presentation. Thank you. We can see the presentation.
Sorry. Sorry, I lost my notes.
Oh, okay.
While Mr. Jales is starting his presentation, let me remind you that there is an option to switch between two screens. Ramona Jales' screen is the original version of the presentation in English, and Anna Borsuk's screen is the presentation in Ukrainian, which is demonstrated in parallel. In case you haven't chosen the interpretation channel yet, please click on the interpretation button, which is a globe sign, and there you need to switch the Ukrainian channel on to be able to hear the interpretation.
Now I go. Доброго дня. Щиро дякую за запрошення взяти участь у вашому форумі. Шкода, але в мене є
Good
готові
morning.
лише
I'm
кілька
very
фраз
grateful for the
українською
opportunity to
мовою.
participate in this forum. Unfortunately, I have learned only a couple of
Є ще кілька
phrases in
виразів, які я
Ukrainian.
ще
There are
знаю,
a
але
number
вони
of
не
other
предназначені
phrases that I
для
could say in
публічного
Ukrainian, but they are
вирощування,
not used
тобто перебувають
for
під
public
цензурою.
domain. They
Тому
may be
я
censored. So
продовжуватиму
with this,
говорити англійською.
I will be switching back to English.
So, sorry for the delay. Like I was introduced, I work as senior specialist at Animal Welfare Division of Food and Veterinary Policy Department at State Food and Veterinary Service of Lithuania. I have graduated in 1989, so it's a pretty long career. I started my career in science, then I worked as a private vet. But then I started my PhD studies while being private vet. At that time, I got possibility to access and finish master's program in laboratory animal medicine at Milton Hershey Medical Center at Penn State University. And here was my first contact with animal welfare legislation that happened in the years of 1996 and 1999. Since then, I've returned to Lithuanian Veterinary Academy, finished my PhD program, and for a while was teaching students veterinary management. Later, I met my wife, and in year 2003, as a love immigrant, I moved from Kaunas to Vilnius and found myself at State Food Veterinary Service, working in the field of animal welfare. And I'm still here. I need to mention that there was a long break from 2007 until 2020 when I worked as a livestock underwriter in the second biggest insurance company in Lithuania. And at that time, as a vet, I was gaining a lot of experience in biosafety and welfare. So let's switch back to my subject about experience and challenges that Lithuania experienced during the implementation of animal welfare rules. Here you see the main milestones of Lithuanian accession to the European Union. So in 1995, Lithuania signed the European Association Agreement, opening the path to membership. In 1998, Lithuanian Parliament adopted the National Acquis Implementation Program, which included reforms in various areas, including animal welfare, and official negotiations began in 2000, and Lithuania became an EU member on the 1st of May of 2004. So, first steps during accession period. First steps before accession period, I would say. It was 1997 legislation. It took a while after 1990 when Lithuania announced restoration of independence of the state. Since then, a lot of changes had to happen, including in the field of animal welfare. Politicians and citizens of the country then had to do their best for the young state to start functioning properly. Of course, at that time, animal welfare definitely was not at the top of the agenda. Nevertheless, after 1992, a significant expansion of NGOs was observed. Organizations began to obtain legal status, which allowed them to operate officially and expand their activities. The growing importance of civil society ideas contributed to the increased activity and spread of NGOs, including the activities in animal welfare field. So under the push of NGOs, the law of the Republic of Lithuania on the care, keeping and use of animals was adopted on 6th of November of 1997. Like I mentioned before, at that time I was better acquainted with Animal Welfare Act in the United States. This law had to be renewed constantly to keep in line with EU legislation. During the time being, it had 18 amendments. The most recent amendments covering mutilation and regarding breeding of animals with genetic disorders were adopted. Along with other changes, the title of the law was changed as well, and the most recent version has the title Law of the Republic of Lithuania on Animal Welfare and Protection. Now I would like to point Europeanization process. This Europeanization involves two main processes: the adaptation of the country to European Union and the development of distinct European level governance structures. It indicates the spread of European norms, policies, and institutional forms through mutual influence within and between member states, as well as the impact of the EU on applicant countries. So this process affected three main areas which I would like to point. First of all, legislation. Member states adapt their domestic policies to align with EU directives in all areas of activities, including animal welfare. Another area, economic integration. The European single market encouraged increased cross-border mergers between European companies as they sought to enter new markets, and it works both ways, from new member states to old ones and vice versa. And of course, changes in social norms. The spread of common values and beliefs across member states is a result of shared political and legal processes. The State Food and Veterinary Service has played an important role in harmonizing Lithuanian legislation with EU animal welfare standards. This included, first of all, at that time, it included translating EU legislation into Lithuanian language, developing national legislation in line with EU requirements, and implementing in practice in the veterinary and animal field. We have experienced early translation challenges. Translators worked without modern tools. There was no Google. There were only paper dictionaries and manual methods for complex legal texts. Effective translation required both strong language ability and understanding of legal norms and context. So those who worked with legal acts were gaining experience basically from zero. And of course, process improved over time despite initial difficulties. The translation team gained experience leading to increased efficiency over time. The initial team of translators was established at State Food and Veterinary Service. The team consisted of young graduates from Lithuanian Veterinary Academy. This team later became main coordinators in the process of adoption of EU legislation. It was a big workload due to numerous legal acts to be transposed. Of course, it needed funding, and it was funding from two sources, from the government and from support program. And in order to speed up the process, the staff of Lithuanian Veterinary Academy was also involved, making a lot of technical work and giving opportunity for former translators at State Food Veterinary Service to be more involved in coordinating these processes. So basically, Stanislav already has mentioned main legal acts that are valid and that had to be transposed at that time in our legislation. So I will not stop here, and I will talk about some challenges that we met. Neither buildings nor interior equipment used for production was not suitable in most cases. All these changes required time, human resources, as well as huge investments into new animal housing systems. At that time, the biggest challenge was to reinstall housing systems for laying hens. The worst part about it was that in the process of negotiations during accession period, of course, a lot of topics had to be covered, including transitional periods for the implementation of EU legislation. Somehow, the transitional period for implementation of welfare requirements for laying hens has felt out of Lithuanian agenda. As a result of that, our closest neighbor, Latvia, had agreement on a transitional period, and Lithuania did not get one. Latvians gradually switched to new caging systems in laying hen farms, as well as Lithuanians did. The difference was that all inspections, FVO missions, have reported that Lithuania is not in promised compliance with the EU requirements. The 2004 FVO report highlighted that the implementation of FVO recommendations in all 10 new EU member states is assessed positively, both before and after accession, but problems remain in the areas of animal registration and identification and animal welfare. The 2006 report highlights that Lithuania is not fulfilling its promises and is still using unsuitable laying hen cages. After 2 years, the report states that Lithuania has achieved very good results in correcting previous shortcomings in this area, but still problems in transport of live animals, transport control, and animal identification were detected. So, talking about transport problems, there was a lack of suitable vehicles at that time, and thanks God we already extinguished. Ukrainian colleagues probably know that famous trailer Zubronok. These trailers were used for for short journeys in Lithuania. So now we have modern trucks, and these are not in use anymore. So the audits and missions had also checked slaughterhouses. And at that time, it was paid the biggest attention to the quality of stunning. Here we ran into the similar problem as with laying hens. Huge investments were needed for implementation of EU requirements, which often involved the reconstruction of buildings to accommodate new fixation equipment for stunning. At the same time, the meat processing needed to be maintained at the same level in the country as animals at the farms did not stop to grow. Nevertheless, the biggest meat processing plants inherited from Soviet times have gradually gone out of market except one. New ones were established, gradually installing new equipment needed for proper operation. Talking about institutional aspect, as you can understand, State Food and Veterinary Service was the main implementer of animal welfare requirements. In 2002, it accepted the strategy regarding preparation of legal acts in accordance with their key. In 2005, animal health and welfare as such was established in the mission of State Food and Veterinary Service. And in 2007, State Food and Veterinary Service of Lithuania was accepted as international, received international accreditation in control. As I have mentioned in the beginning of presentation, of course, we have a huge role of NGOs. As I mentioned, they initiated the first animal welfare legislation in Lithuania. They constantly pressure politicians when political will is lacking, and they raise public issues on a daily basis. I have already talked about some difficulties, but there are some that I should mention in addition. Speaking of dead letters and lack of public awareness, I would like to put those 2 points together. I'm proud actually of myself that while working for an insurance company and being an unofficial person communicating with clients, I did something to ensure both animal welfare and biosafety. So in this area, a lot depends on the individual's attitude towards achieving certain goals. Talking about implementation, we experienced a lot of positive changes. The institutional framework for animal welfare has been strengthened. Lithuania has become part of the EU's animal welfare policy, and we still have increased pressure from NGOs on the subject. And finally, to conclude, EU accession is really a major challenge. It was a major challenge, but it also boosted the modernization. So the issue of animal welfare has become of great importance since then in Lithuanian politics. Дякую за увагу. Бажаю вам
Thank you for the
удачі у
attention.
процесі вступу до
I
Європейського
wish
Союзу
everyone
і,
success on
звичайно
the
ж,
way to the EU
якомога
accession.
швидшого міру.
And of course, I wish you peace.
Thank you, Mr. Tsalis, for sharing Lithuania's experience. It is very important for Ukraine to learn from these possible challenges in implementing the animal welfare requirements. Now we start with the third presentation of this session, and it will be from Vitaly Khrushchev, and he is the head of the Animal Health and Welfare Division of the Department of State Policy on Sanitary and Phytosanitary Measures and Food Safety of the Ministry of Economy in Ukraine. His presentation is about the status of harmonization of the national legislation regarding welfare of farmed animals to EU requirements in Ukraine. And I remind you to leave any questions to the Q&A. Please, you may start with the presentation. Thank you.
Vitaly, before you start your presentation, let me remind our foreign colleagues that the presentation will be run in parallel in the English language. And you will have to choose Anna Borsuk's screen, so you can choose and you can be following the English version of the presentation. And Vitaly, over to you. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. So I'm going to tell you about the state of harmonization of national legislation with EU requirements for the as far as welfare of farmed animals is concerned. So the welfare of farmed animals is the physical and mental condition of animals related to the conditions of their life and death, which ensure that animals have freedom from hunger and thirst, discomfort, pain, injury, and disease. They can express normal behavior. They don't have fear and distress. Compliance with the requirements is not just a humane practice. It's also a strategic investment, which provides for effective production. That is something that increases the sustainability of the industry and helps us to meet the expectations of society. The overall legislation which regulates the issue of animal welfare includes the Law of Ukraine on Veterinary Medicine number 2498, which will expire on the 1st of March 2026. And to replace it, we will have the law on Ukraine and veterinary medicine number 1206 that will be enacted. This law is still being worked on. There are some amendments suggested by one of the draft laws, 12285. And these amendments will also regulate some issues related to the welfare of animals, and they will help us to develop and to implement the practices that are required by the EU acquis. We also have some special legislation, in particular the one dealing with keeping of animals, killing of animals, and transportation of animals. What is already fully aligned We have the legislation fully transposing the provisions of the Council directives, which you can see partially aligned. Ukrainian legislation is with Regulation number 1 of 2008/05 and Regulation number 1099 regarding the killing of animals. And some issues are still not aligned, so we have the intention to further ensure transposition of all those regulations that you can see to the right in the year 2026. Some of the regulations of the European Commission will not be transposed because they will become mandatory for Ukraine when Ukraine becomes a member of the EU. One of the key orders of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy is the order number 3933. It's related to the training of personnel at facilities, and this order sets the procedure for authorizing organizations, the list of topics that need to be covered by the trainings, the forms of declarations, the forms of issuance of temporary permits for performing your duties at facilities. So who's supposed to undergo the training? According to our legislation, the training is mandatory for the personnel who deals with animal keeping, animal transportation, and killing of animals at slaughterhouses. What will an inspector need to do in order to check whether the training staff, the staff have passed the training? The staff will have either a certificate or an extract from the register or an interim or temporary permit. But the inspector will be checking whether animal welfare conditions are followed in practice. So I mean that there will be a practical inspection of the knowledge the staff has. And in case the inspectors do have permits, but they don't have the knowledge, the operator of the market will be responsible. I mean, the market operator who is the manager of those animals. These are the screenshots from the order mentioned by me, number 3933, and also the screenshot of one of the resolutions, 1520, which sets the procedure for maintaining the register from which you can give the asterisks to the staff confirming that they have undergone the respective training. The order was enacted in 2024. And the resolution was also enacted at the end of 2024, and there has been a transitional period for people to get acquainted with those materials and to adjust the procedures that they have. Then we have this order that will be enacted on the 1st of January 2026, and this order reflects the procedure of training because we can split this procedure into 3 phases. First, at the website of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, you need to select an authorized training provider. Then you have to apply for training in your field, and then you need to complete training. A training could be related to different fields related to animal welfare, but there could be a separate training on one of the areas, both the one dedicated to transportation or the one connected to killing or keeping of animals. And this training may be specific training about specific livestock species, or it could, if this is training on transportation, so it may depend whether this, here we are talking about a long distance or short distance transportation, and as far as the third format is concerned, so it will depend on the time, on the methods of stunning and slaughtering. Depending on the scope of knowledge, there will be certificates provided as a result of the exams taken. And on the basis of those certificates, the certificates, by the way, will be handed out to the State Food Service. And then if all the requirements mentioned by Order 3933 are complied with, then the person who has undertaken the training and has taken and passed the exams will get a state certificate. And in the amendments, it is suggested that the certificate will be valid for 5 years. Sometimes there arises the question whether it's possible to obtain a certificate of competence without undergoing training. And actually, we do have this transitional period. The period will last until the 1st of January next year, because after that period, it will be possible to get the certificate only based on the training and on the knowledge shown by you during the exam. There are also other types of training, like the training in educational institutions or some courses dedicated to animal welfare, if you have the respective confirmation that you have taken such a training in the EU member states. At the moment, Ukrainian legislation is fully aligned with the directives related to animal keeping, and we have Order number 2024 on the approval of requirements for the welfare of farmed animals during their keeping. This order entered into force in March 2021. There was also a transitional period for that order, and it will actually, the full procedure will be enacted only on the 1st of January 2026. So all people had enough time to get acquainted with the requirements of this order. This transitional period will be completed at the end of this year. In the slides now, you will see the things that are reflected in the orders mentioned by me, but I will draw your attention to the areas where the requirements for animal welfare will not be applicable. So as far as general requirements are concerned, this will not be applicable to free animals or animals that are used for entertainment or cultural events, for experimental and laboratory animals and non-vertebra animals. The requirements regarding broilers, they do not refer to the farms where they have less than 500 broilers. Also incubators, they are not applicable to broilers kept on the floor with access to outdoor runs, and they do not apply to organically reared broilers. As far as laying hens are concerned, this is not applicable for farms where they have less than 350 laying hens. As far as pigs are concerned, this will not apply to the farms where they have less than 15 heads. As far as calves are concerned, not applicable to the market operators who have in their farms less than 10 cows. And we have also developed the order of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, number 2266, on the approval of requirements for ensuring the welfare of working animals belonging to the Equidae family. This order provides for full alignment with one of the directives of the EU. It entered into force in September 2024, but the day of applicability is the 1st of January 2026. Also, the requirements of those orders are not applicable to animals the intended use of which is during entertainment, cultural and sporting events and activities intended solely for food production, or it is not applicable to experimental and laboratory animals. Also, there is full alignment with the Directive 2002/4. It has been reflected in the law of Ukraine and the basic principles and requirements for the safety and quality of food products. As this is Law 771 and Order number 431, where there is a requirement to assign a number depending on the conditions of the stay of hens. I mean, whether it's floor keeping or other types of keeping. And here you can see all the data. So you have 1 free range keeping, 2 floor rearing, and 3 cage rearing. Partial alignment holds true for Regulation 1099, which has been reflected in the Order number 628, and after some amendments to the law are made, we intend to develop amendments to Order number 628 to ensure full alignment of our order with the full correspondence to the EU acquis. This order has some transition period. It will majorly enter into force together with Law 1206, which will take place on the 1st of January 2027. And it will be fully mandatory. Actually, it will be enacted partially in January 2026 and fully enacted on the 1st of January 2027. Again, it does not apply to a number of animals so that you can see in the right column. Also, it does not refer to experiments, scientific experiments, hunting, fishing, cultural, sporting events. So you can see this list in the right column. Also, there is partial alignment with regulation number 1/2015. This was done by resolution number 1402 as of the 16th of November 2011, and approval of the rules for the transport of animals. So it was adopted in 2011, entered into force, and the date of applicability is the 6th of February 2012. It refers to the animals that can be transported, the areas, the lighting requirements, and other things. That is what this law covers. And after amendments are introduced to Law 1206 in the year 2006, we will additionally finalize and approve the draft order that will cancel or rather replace the resolution number 4002 and will regulate the issue of transportation of agricultural animals in Ukraine. In this order, we will also add the information about the rules for certification of transportation vehicles, also the certificates to be obtained by drivers and by supporting staff. There will be detailed information regarding the stops during transportation and GPS, satellite monitoring for transport lasting more than 8 hours, and some other issues will be better regulated. This order will not be applicable to invertebrates, private transport, not commercial transport, short distance journeys if they're not part of a business. Also, it will not be applicable to animals transported for treatment, seasonal movement of animals by farmers, and transportation of owned animals by farmers using their own transport for distances up to 50 kilometers from the farm. Let me briefly cover some information that is related to some extra costs that will probably help us to not only transpose but to also implement this legislation. And I will also speak about some expected benefits and savings. So the major challenge is going to be in the areas of modernization of livestock facilities, reducing animal density in livestock buildings, improved ventilation and lighting conditions. There will also be new requirements regarding the feeding procedure. But we can also see a number of expected benefits and savings related to these things, like getting a meat of higher quality, getting high quality products that will also lower the mortality and disease rate, morbidity rate among animals. We will have better productivity in product quality, less inquiry and stress, and other things. And also another key issue that could be a challenge is ethical and humane motivation related to the fact that the issues that are connected to the fact that residents will probably promote this better as far as the choice of products are concerned. I mean, the consumers will tend to get products from the facilities which have kept to the animal welfare requirements. There will be a tendency like this. And in spite of the fact that we live in tough times, we still can see that people are interested in the issues of animal welfare, in food safety, and we have seen many a time when people, the citizens of Ukraine, were risking their lives to save animals in such difficult conditions. They are eager to provide assistance to animals and evacuate them from some dangerous areas. So they are really taking care of animals. So I think that we have some issues not just related to the fact that we need to implement the legislation because we want to be a member of the EU and therefore we need to comply with the EU acquis. But we can also see in current times that we are humane in relation both to people and in relation to animals as well. Another category of challenges is related to the expansion of the trade market, because entering the EU market and entering the markets of countries like Canada, Singapore, South Korea is related to the fact that there they are also taking care of animal welfare. And
May
one
I
of the
remind you,
requirements.
Mr. Vitali, there's just 1 minute left. Then we have to continue. Thank you.
Good, good. Understood. So expansion of the trade market will give us a lot of benefits because companies that are the exporters and have the permission should also be getting raw materials from the market operators who also comply with the EU market requirements, in particular the requirements related to the animal welfare. We are also working on the issue of awareness raising. You can see the materials developed, the process is ongoing, and those materials, videos are placed both on the website of the ministry and of the state service. You can see a screenshot from the ministry's website, and you can go to this link and you can see all those requirements mentioned there. They are provided in a very plain language and are quite well understood both for experts and for ordinary citizens. Thank you for your attention. I was happy to deliver the presentation to you, and I will be happy to take any questions from.
Thank you so much for this presentation. And it was really important for all the business operators and all other stakeholders in Ukraine. Thank you so much. And now we will proceed to the final presentation of this session. And afterwards, there will be time for a discussion based on the questions you have posted. The next presenter is Oleksiy Klumenok. He is the head of the Animal Health and Welfare Unit of the Department of Food Safety and Veterinary Medicine in Ukraine. His presentation is about the current status of the implementation of the official control system on farmed animals welfare in Ukraine. Please, Mr. Klumenok, you may start the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oleksiy Klumenok. I'm head of the Animal Health and Welfare Unit. In my presentation, I'm going to tell you about the current status of the implementation of the official control system, and we will also analyze the readiness of the State Service of Ukraine on consumer protection and food safety on implementation of the control measures. But at the very beginning, it should be mentioned that on the national level, as already mentioned by some of my colleagues, the animal welfare legislation is a new concept for us, and those regulations that have already been adopted will come into effect a little bit later if we are talking about keeping. This is starting from January the 1st of 2026. If we are talking about some other regulations, they will come into effect starting from March of 2026. So the main task of our service is to be as prepared as possible to perform our functions once this or that regulation comes into force. The system of executive authorities in this field of animal welfare includes the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, and the State Service of Ukraine on Food Safety and Consumer Protection as the central executive body that implements the state policy in the field of animal welfare. So we are the competent authority. And here on this slide, you can see the functions and the mandate of the State Service of Ukraine on Food Safety and Consumer Protection as the competent authority. So you can see organization and implementation of state control, offering extracts from the registry, preparation of annual reports, and today we will focus more on the control measures. So let's proceed to the next slide. And here we are going to be talking about the capacities. On the level of the central office of the service, the issues of animal welfare are part of the mandate of the Department of Food Safety and Veterinary Medicine. And the animal welfare is also an important one in the Directorate for Animal Health and Welfare Organization of Anti-Epizootic Measures. So marked with yellow are those directorates and units that are responsible for the control of implementation of regulations pertaining to animal welfare. And there is also the unit for state control, the mandate of which includes the control functions. And here on this slide, you can see the general structure. The service has 3 levels to its structure: the central, regional, and local. The central level is about the official control function. And this is about organization of the measures, control over implementation of measures, analysis of measures implemented, adjustment of measures, preparation of annual reports. The local and regional levels are regional administrations, local administrations that are implementing the norms in animal welfare, and they are also preparing reports that they are sending back to the central level. Here on the slide marked in yellow, you can see the inspectors vertical that will be directly involved in implementation of control measures in animal welfare. And the plan is also to involve the regional hospitals that will go through training and will have the necessary knowledge. So here we are not talking about recent graduates. We are talking about people who already have experience in control over implementation of food safety legislation, animal health legislation. They understand what a slaughterhouse is, what a farm is. So they will undergo additional training in animal welfare. And marked with green color are interregional main administration on the state border. They will be involved after the requirements for transportation come into force, so that they can control the compliance with norms on animal welfare during transportation from abroad. And here on the slide, you can see some of the calculations that we've done. As far as the staff involved is concerned, you can see the number of people trained on the national, regional, and local levels. And by the end of the year, we will also conduct some additional training so that we can reach the indicators that we have in the roadmap and in our plans. So that starting from January the 1st, we have the number of staff that will allow for us to perform the control functions. As I've already mentioned, we will be involving only those staff members that are part of our service. We have been doing analysis of various criteria, and it's hard to say whether these numbers are high or low. Here on this slide, you can see those sites and facilities that we will be controlling. And during the previous presentations, the colleagues mentioned that animal welfare applies to slaughter, transportation, and keeping of animals. But in Ukraine, we have 370 slaughterhouses to which our mandate will apply. And once again, the questions are being asked about the private sector, about the backyards, because people may be keeping some 10 or 15 hens, or they may be having some 5 pigs. So these are the types of farms that our mandate doesn't apply to. So there are some minimum criteria that a farm has to comply with so that we can control their compliance with the animal welfare norms. There are some requirements, there are some information leaflets. We are now working on standard operation procedures. What is important is that we have a uniform approach. What the competent authority is checking should be clear for the market operators, for the business operators, so that they can prepare their enterprise for the compliance check. And as far as slaughter is concerned, the main elements are stunning, even though the majority of enterprises don't have the equipment that is used in Europe, but they also need to think on parameters. Another important element is for the business operators to prepare an authorized person, to appoint this person who actually will be involved during the control measures. And we have 145 farms for laying hens, and here you can see the map as to where they are located. So financially speaking, it may not be difficult, but at the same time, we understand that the caging system has to be changed and modernized. And many farmers approached us with the question, what are some of the regulations of the EU that forbid the continuation of the laying period for adult hens? And here you can see the requirements for lighting and feeding. And the extension of the laying period is something that fits into compliance with the parameters for feeding and lighting. So we can see that the cages may be different, and this is another element that may be quite costly, in particular for smaller and medium-sized farms. We can also have some alternative systems. We also have 343 broiler farms. And if we are talking about challenges, so this probably will be the density. And we already have some ways for the farms to prove that it's okay to start not just from 33 kilos per square meter, but reach up to 42 kilos per square meters. So you need to keep records so that during the audit, the service will be able to actually check it based on your records. Because once the norms come into effect, you better be prepared. So start with your records ahead of time so that you can prove that you comply with the norms of animal welfare. Also, we have 1,122 pig farms that will be controlled by our service. And we also have 1,631 cattle farms. So let us now discuss broiler breeding. Some people say that compliance with the norms in this sector is low. Others say that it is sufficient enough. But with regulations coming into force, as I mentioned, some of these regulations will be coming into force a little bit later. But as far as official control is concerned, it will be commenced once the legislation comes into force. So the control will apply only to those enterprises where the state control measures have been put into place. And here this applies to those enterprises that export their products abroad. So out of 363 operating broiler farms, 70 farms have confirmed full compliance with welfare requirements. They are authorized to export to the EU. It's hard to say whether it's a small or a high number, but if we look at the total volume, this is 79% of the total volume of poultry meat produced in Ukraine. And it is produced by enterprises that meet European requirements. And during state control measures that will be conducted next year, we will be confident that we will be able to confirm this compliance. And the same applies to laying hen farms. Out of 145 operating farms, 15 farms are those that export eggs to the European Union. And if we are talking about the total amount of cage equipment, this is 30% that meets the European requirements. We have already discussed the regulations, the mandate of our service about the facilities that will be controlled by our service. We have discussed the current state of affairs, and let us now proceed to the preparatory stage. So how will our service prepare for the control measures? Even though this is not anything new for us, but we've been doing this preparatory work for a while now. We have a roadmap, which is a dynamic document, which we revised in 2025. This is the roadmap for 2025-2027. And here on the slide, you can see the main directions applying both to legislation, awareness raising, as well as the activities of the competent authority. If we are talking about the competent authority, then our measures include participation of the service representatives in different trainings, creation and maintenance of necessary registers, development of checklists for control, development of standard operating procedures. And we had a conversation with a colleague from the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, and as far as SOPs are concerned, we are at the final stage, and hopefully they will be approved early next year. So there are different checklists for control, and it's important for us to have a unified approach, and thus we need to have the standard operating procedures first. Another important area is organization of targeted information campaigns, organization of training for trainers, organization of cascade training, and the concluding element will be working out of practical skills on simulated inspections. And based on the results of the preparation, we will be able to identify the gaps and we will adjust the SOPs if necessary, as well as the checklists for control. Talking about training. So the main tasks include according to the type of activity, keeping, transport, and killing, and by species, we are talking about ruminants, poultry, pigs, rabbits, and others. So here on the slide, you can see how we were preparing for control in animal welfare. So we started learning more about animal welfare back in 2010 when the first enterprises were getting ready for getting EU authorizations. In order to be able to control potential exporters, our colleagues underwent training so that they could perform those functions. Here on this slide, you can see measures that will be conducted in the year 2025, 2026, and 2027. So we are planning our measures a year ahead so that we are able to be a reliable partner both for the European Commission and for our business operators. It's not just us checking the enterprises, but we will try and also identify the existing gaps. Another thing I wanted to mention is that the state service is putting up different materials on their website, so you can see published legislation, recommendations, and information materials. There have been a number of questions about the official control, when it will start. So we are saying that starting from January, of course, there are some planned measures, there are plans for control, and inspections will be conducted depending on the plan, taking into consideration the limitation is existing at the time. The control will be conducted by means of inspections and by means of control itself, because you know that there are doctors working at slaughterhouses and they will get additional responsibilities. So their responsibility will be to see whether the enterprise complies with the animal welfare norms during slaughter. There will also be specialists checking compliance with animal welfare norms during keeping and transportation. So since I'm the one concluding this section, I was trying to keep up with the time. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Mr. Klumenok. This was important presentation and gave us a good understanding how the official animal welfare controls will be introduced in Ukraine. And this was the last presentation of the first session. And now we will start with the discussion about the questions that were sent. I have one first question to Mr. Klumenok from the chat. The question is that other countries like Wales and Lithuania have problems in local slaughterhouses closing, and this means that the animals have to travel further for slaughter. Are there any plans to have mobile slaughterhouses in Ukraine?
Thank you for the question. That is a very good question, actually. The closing down of slaughterhouses was taking place in the past, but if we are talking about the year 2026, it's for us not to close the slaughterhouses, but to help them with re-equipping the slaughterhouses. And unlike Lithuania, that was actually moving from Soviet era equipment to the European era equipment, the majority of our slaughterhouses are already using the European equipment. So if the slaughterhouses get checked next year, they will not be fined. So what the procedure foresees, there will be recommendations. A timeline will be set for the business operator to comply with the recommendations. And in addition to some challenges, there are the general procedures, the general awareness. So it's going to be in the form of a dialogue, and the slaughterhouses will be closed down only if the business operator systematically does not comply with the requirements. And as far as mobile slaughterhouses are concerned, we can look at this from the standpoint of animal welfare and animal health if backyard slaughter is forbidden, but nobody is forbidding mobile slaughterhouses at the moment. It could be a good thing, but they also need to comply with the requirements for stunning. They should follow some SOPs, of course. So, of course, we support it if business operators will be using them, but of course, following the requirements.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And then we have the next question for Mr. Stanislav from Vitaly. Is Mr. Stanislav here? Yes. Could you please clarify what minimum proof of equivalence on animal welfare is expected from Ukraine for export to the EU? For example, certificates, inspection statistics, or audit reports.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. I keep on receive similar question from many different places, and most of the time when I meet with different third countries and in particular with trading partners, but there are two different distinctions over there. Equivalence is one stuff. Equivalence is when we speak about import from third countries, but here the intention is that the Ukraine becomes an EU member state, and when you become a member state, then here we are speaking about full compliance. Full compliance with the EU legislation means that you have to harmonize your legislation and then you have to properly implement it. Let me come back to the story with the equivalence. The equivalence is something that we apply when it comes to the import of third countries. Third countries meaning those that are not EU member states. So therefore, there are certain requirements for equivalence with so far not with the entire EU animal welfare acquis when it comes to import, but mainly we have a clear provision for the import of meat. And there we require equivalence, at least equivalent. So the text of the EU legislation is that we require at least equivalent conditions for the meat that is slaughtered the way the EU legislation requires. And all this is assessed by audit missions of the EU. So the Commission deploys audits of the establishment in third countries, which are assessing the level of equivalence basically with the EU rule. When it comes to equivalence, this doesn't mean it's automatically the same, but if the principles are respected and if the risks are decreased for animal welfare, then our auditors are assessing as supposedly equivalent to the EU standards. That's more or less. I could speak a lot on this, but I don't think we have enough time. I hope I give you the answer in short. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And now my colleague Victoria has some questions in Ukrainian to Vitaly.
We have received a number of questions, and as promised, we will try and answer all of them. We will forward them to our speakers. We are now picking those questions that appear to be the most interesting and relevant. This is a question for Mr. Krychkov from the ministry. So it's about the training of staff members on keeping of animals. So is it for everyone to go through such a training, or is this a training for the veterinary doctors and the managers of the farms? Well, thank you for the question. It's quite interesting. As of today, our legislation foresees that everybody who is involved in work with animals should go through the training and receive the certificate. Thank you very much. I think that the colleagues have gotten the answer to their question, and the next question is for you. Are there any requirements for turkeys? Do you mean the level of obligatory requirements as specified by our legislation? We have general requirements. We don't have specific requirements for turkeys. So these are general requirements for all animals. And that's number one. And the second thing is that the European acquis has some recommendations And the plan is for us to have them published for a wider audience. So these recommendations have been developed in the EU, and we are currently amending our legislation so that these recommendations could also function in our country. So this is what the ministry is currently doing. Yes, thank you very much. So can I add a quick comment, please? Yes, of course. So my colleague just mentioned there are some regulations about the slaughter and stunning of broilers. We also have requirements for transportation. Something will be introduced as far as transportation is concerned. And as far as keeping is concerned, we apply the general rules, the general requirements. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Vitaly, for your speech. And there is one more question. What are the key gaps between the effective norms operating in Ukraine and in the EU for broilers? And do you have any public reports foreseen as based on the results of inspections? And if yes, in what form? Public domain data, aggregated data. Yes, thank you for the question. So if we're talking about keeping, it's about directives, and they do not have the direct effect as regulations. But we have transformed them into our legislation, and there are no differences. There are no gaps. And as far as reports are concerned, this is foreseen by Order 547 of 2021. It applies to general reports on the control measures implemented and planned. And these reports also include the issues of animal welfare. And we amended the provisions last year, the provisions pertaining to these measures, so that we could better transpose the regulation, the European regulation, and we are talking about reports that will be in public domain, and there you will see information about the measures conducted, violations, as well as the plans of the competent authority to rectify or to correct those mistakes that were identified in the previous year. Yes, thank you, Vitaly, for the answer. And there is one final question for you. What is the estimated price of implementing the EU requirements in Ukraine, if we are talking about livestock in general and the sources of funding? I'm not really clear as to why somebody is asking me these questions. Well, somebody was probably doing the calculations and the numbers were probably mentioned by it. I think it's for my colleague Oleksiy. Perhaps Oleksiy could answer the question then. Or somebody else, any other expert who has the numbers in any sector. We have associations, they were doing some studies. I think it all depends on the area that you're interested in. So you can ask the representatives of the association and they could provide you with more detailed information. Oleksiy, would you like to answer the question? Yes, we were doing some analysis based on the numbers prepared by the associations. We were not planning to include them into today's presentation, but we arranged them, and we are talking about laying hens first, then broilers and pigs as far as most expenses are concerned. But part of the expenses will be compensated from the state budget because the government is developing a strategy for the development of livestock production sector. So there will be some compensation for compliance with animal welfare requirements. And if we are looking at the numbers for business operators, for the competent authority to prepare, well, we have some rough estimates and we can share these numbers in the chat in case you're interested. Yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, there is one more question for Stanislav. In view of gradual implementation of EU requirements in animal welfare, which are some of the priority steps for Ukraine? Making stronger control and inspection, development of practical guidelines for the farmers, or implementation of economic incentives for the business. Which approaches, in your opinion, are the most efficient that would combine the graduality and effectiveness for the candidate states?
Yes, thank you. Very interesting question, and I believe that the answer would be very complex. So there's not just one strategy that will work and that will fit in this context. There's no golden bullet solution. What is important is the motivation. Second, it's important to put sufficient staff. And then third is just to follow the legislation, and then we will be ready and happy to give all our support in that process so that we identify and we are already familiar with some of the most important challenges that we are struggling with. And there we are ready to help and to support you in all these efforts. So it's not an easy approach. There's no golden bullet solution for this, but we have to adapt to from country to another, depending on the livestock sector, depending on infrastructure, depending on many different factors. So that's in brief would be my answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Stanislav, for the answer. And we have one more question that we received to our email, and this is a question for Ramunas. Ramunas, the question is as follows: how did Lithuania update the curricula of veterinary faculties, and which certification courses appear to be the best for the inspectors or service providers or consultants? And how did you teach the farmers, and which EU projects did you have at that time?
Unfortunately, I will not be able to answer this very complicated question today, so I probably get the information and provide the answer in writing in a while. Yeah, it's a lot of information that I don't have it for the moment.
Yes, thank you, Ramonas. This is what we are going to do. We will send you this question, and then you can provide the answer in writing once you have all the information necessary. And thank you for being eager to answer this question. And we still have some 5 minutes for our Q&A. Here in the chat, we have the following question. It's a question for Vitaly Krючков. So she is impressed by what you've done in adaptation of the legislation, and the key to the success in implementation of the EU legislation is training for specialists and business operators. So what is the ministry doing in this respect? Yes, thank you for the question. So together with the State Service for Consumer Protection and Food Safety and the stakeholders, we have developed a roadmap. And according to the roadmap, a number of training events have been planned. This is something that has been planned for the future. And if we are talking about the past, then in the past we participated in a number of events. We are preparing publications. We're participating in different events online and offline, preparing videos, and Just last month, we had 3 specialized events dedicated to awareness raising for business operators and stakeholders on the topic of animal welfare and the associated risks in connection with the new legislation being implemented and it being checked for compliance with the EU legislation. So this is something that we have been doing always and something that we will be doing in the future. Yes, thank you very much for the answer. Thank you for the explication. This is very important. There are still 2 other quick questions. Another question, how much will this training cost for the workers of the farms to get the state certificate? The training for farm workers will be as follows. There is a procedure there. So if we are talking about educational institutions, if they comply with the requirements and if they can conduct this kind of training, they will apply to the ministry and then they will get the necessary authorization, and then everything else pertaining to the price of the training will be specified by the educational institution that will be conducting the training. The only thing is there will be a flat rate pertaining to obtaining of the certificate. And it's a flat rate of, let me quickly check. This is 0.03 of a minimum wage. So you will pay for the training, which will be organized by authorized legal entities, and then you will have to pay a flat rate for obtaining of the certificate, 0.03 of the minimum wage. And the final question that we've heard from several participants, is it allowed to switch to cage keeping of broilers, and does such an option for broiler keeping in Ukraine look feasible? Are you looking into it? Yes, this is a question that we are constantly discussing, but we have not yet seen huge demand. Currently, we do not have the cage system. Yes, thank you for the answer. So, dear colleagues, we have so many questions left, but I think at this point we need to stop our Q&A so that we still have time for a quick break before the next session starts. And as promised, please keep leaving your questions in the Q&A section. We will then forward them to our speakers so that they can offer the answers in writing, which will later be sent to you. And Julia, I'd like to give the floor to you to summarize this section so that we can start the break.
Yes, thank you, Victoria. I would like to thank all the presenters from this first session and for sharing the knowledge with us and for the interesting conversation. I also thank the audience for being so active and sending lots of questions. It is important for us to have this conversation. Now we will have a short break of 15 minutes and we will continue at 12:30 of Ukrainian time and 11:30 of Central European time. And after the break, the second session will begin. So I remind that the presentations will continue at 12:30 of Ukrainian time and 11:30 of Central European time. And thank you, everyone, and see you after the break. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, dear colleagues. Please stay online. We will be back in 15 minutes to resume our work. Joint stock company Permoha, and I would call my speech a transformation path of a farm from post-Soviet collective farm to a contemporary farm. Back in 2021, when I became the director of our enterprise, other than the newly built cow shed for 600 cows and the milking room, which was used as a warehouse for 5 years. It was bought back in 2015 and then commissioned into operation in 2021. Everything else was old. The old breeds of cows, the outdated Soviet equipment, Soviet management styles. So we started not from scratch, because I often hear people say when that they receive several billion from a big financial group and they got a great cow farm in several years with promising cow breeds. But this is much easier than the journey that my farm had to go through, and some numbers about us. We have 3,000 hectares of land. We have 2,300 cats of cattle, almost 1,000 forage cows, and 900 milking cows. The daily yields of milk is 32 tons. It's extra quality milk, and actually the milk plants line up to get our milk because it's very easy to get dairy products, to make dairy products. And the solid content is fat, 3.9%, protein, 3.4%. And since we have the land bank, half of it is actually our own feeds that we grow: silage maize, rye, triticale wheat. And of course, we also use our own maize. Next slide, please. We have introduced a management system at our dairy farm. I will not be commenting too much on it, but the thing is that we have our own procedures and there is an authorized person who controls everything. We have the technological map also. What is important on this slide is the dynamics. Back in 2021, the yields were on the level of 21-22 liters, and in the summer we moved the cows to a new cow shed and we started milking them on a carousel. Having changed their diet, we were able to increase the yield to 26 liters. But in 2022, the yield stayed at the level of 26, 27 liters. In 2023, we increased it to 30, and now we are approaching 38 liters. So the evolution over a 5-year time period is almost twofold. So what are the main reasons for this kind of growth? I would say that it's all about the comfort, because for milk production, genetics, health management, processes, and diet are of course important. But if you bought a Goldstein expensive cow, for you to get the maximum yield, you need to have all the processes at the farm organized around the cow, around the cow's comfort. Let's proceed to the next slide, please. Since I came to the agrarian sector from grain trade, I was quite persistent, but I didn't have enough practical knowledge. So through the analysis of the processes, while talking to colleagues from the market, through participation in the Association of Dairy Producers, while talking to heads of leading farms, together with our founders, we tried to come up with a strategy that would help us become a farm instead of a collective farm. So for the first 2 years, we were building additional premises because we had so many cows that the density was 120%, and we thought that the yield was the most important thing and everything else was secondary. And when we built additionally premises, and now the density is 85%, with the cows feeling more comfort, having more space, it all resulted in higher yields. In 2024, we got our status of a breeder. We are increasing the production year by year, and we'd like to have 2,000 like milk cows in the upcoming 2 years. Comfort. In addition to building new cow sheds, I think our best strategic decision was to invest in a ventilation and humidification system. In 2025, we bought equipment from the United States for a sum total of 1 million hryvnias. We bought the ventilators and we bought an air humidification system so that we could remove ammonia from the cow shed so that we could maintain a comfortable microclimate in the summertime. And this year, we changed the bedding. So we previously used some expensive European mats inside and straw outside. And this year we bought river sand, expensive river sand, and 1,000 tons of sand per month, according to my calculation, while the return on investment was 300%. So if you could go a couple of slides down, just to show one picture. So if you're dealing with cows, you may have come to our farm in the summertime, and you may have seen this beautiful picture of cows lying on the sand. And they were surprised of how we were able to achieve it. It's quite easy. So we first had not enough ventilation because the height of the ceiling was 5 meters only, so we decided to increase it to 9 meters, and in such a way we can remove the ammonia faster. So this is the type of canopy that we now use. We have the ventilators that are hung at the height of 3.5 meters, and now we have introduced this river sand, and the cows immediately responded to that in higher yields of milk. And the previous picture that I showed you, the dynamics of milk yields over a 5-year period, what was quite telling was that in the summertime the yields decreased because of heat stress. The cows had not enough air to breathe. But if a cow gets this heat stress, it will be difficult for the cow to later give birth to calves and then give milk. So those cows that got heat stress in the summer, their second and third lactation instead of 55-60% is 40-45. So we don't have enough milk. It's not 11 tons that are expected, but 9, let's say. So what you see is just the drop in yields. But for cows, the comfort is a comprehensive issue. So when you create the comfortable conditions, when you give them this washed river sand, and colleagues often come to us and say, we have the ventilators, we have the sand, but the cows, they are all gathering in one spot under the ventilator, and we arrived at their farm, and what we saw was that the sand was not washed. It had a high clay content, and this is the type of sand that was quickly transformed into a very hot surface that wasn't comfortable for lying on. And for us, this is very small fraction sand, and we actually fluff it up when the cows are moved to the dairy, to the milking room. So this is the kind of sand that will give you enough cold. So once the cow is comfortable lying down, of course, the milk yields will be higher. Okay, so the manure and sand, how do you remove the manure from the sand? We use the sand once, and the plan is to introduce a system for sand separation for it to be used several times. But for that, we will have to use a different type of sand. But I think that in 2027, 2028, we will come to that. So we use this sand only once, then we remove it together with the manure. And we work in Cherkasy region. We have a specific type of soil here. So together, with the manure, we add the sand to the soil, improving the structure of local soils in the fields, and then the cows get the new sand. Every month, we buy 1,000 tons of sand. And now let's go one slide back. So this is a management system of the American ventilators that we bought from 1 million, as I said, $1 million. You can manage it from your phone, from your laptop, being in any place in Ukraine or in the US. I can check what the microclimate is, whether it's comfortable for the cows or not. And even when we had the blackouts, we bought 2 large generators, and we were maintaining the microclimate at any cost. And please scroll down a little bit. So this is how the investment paid back as far as comfort is concerned. So I think the level of comfort increased after this summer when sand combined with the ventilators and humidification. So we also introduced humidification at the feed stalls. And we introduce additional humidification and ventilators at the milking facilities, which resulted in not just higher yields. The cows, after the summer period, get peak milk yields. We don't have a situation when after the summer, during the first 60 days of lactation, were moved to the meat processing farm, because after heat stress, it was very difficult to go through the process. And we have a drop in mastitis levels, and the levels of somatic cells have also dropped. And during milk trades, the plants try to come up with different arguments, and their argument is price. My argument is volume. And I tell them, I have 30 tons of milk. If you don't want to take it, I will give it to somebody else. But they always want our milk because it's of high quality. So investment in comfort also improve your negotiating position, because you have high quality safe milk, which makes it easier for you to work on the market. So in conclusion, I would like to say that it's easy to make mistakes if you are pursuing just the yields, because Balanced diets can increase the yields, but if you are not ensuring sufficient comfort for the cows, in particular for the weaker ones, for the younger ones, uh, uh, if you don't create the conditions for these cows, then you will be losing a lot. And in my opinion, the old Soviet approach, where we had no ventilation, where there was no humidification, it's not a dairy farm anymore. It's just a supplier to a meat processing farm. So we are taking quality cows with good genetics and destroying them with bad conditions. So I would recommend that you pay attention to comfort, that you create enough space for each cow, that there is a good diet. I would minimize contact with people because every contact with a veterinarian, with the employees of the farm results in stress. And the cow should feel like everything around it is contributing to the comfort. The cow has to lie down. They feel comfortable. It's cool enough. They don't have to breathe in the ammonia. They can socialize with other cows. And they know that rhythmically, 3 times a day, the gate will open and then they will move to milking premises after that. Their calves will be cleaned and then they will get some pedicures even once a year. So they will eat something, drink something, and then go lie down again. So the happiness and satisfaction of the cow is the prerequisite for the quality and your competitiveness on the market. So this is what I wanted to focus on. Investment in comfort gives the best return on investment. And then I would invest in health, in genetics, and diet. So that's all from my side. Thank you, dear colleagues. So let's love our animals. So if we are in the livestock sector, we should be loving our animals the same amount as we love our children. Thank you, Dumatro. You can see how many hearts, how many heart emojis our participants are sharing with you because it's a very endearing story that you understand that the requirements of the legislation are not just dry requirements put on paper. These are things that help us make our animals more satisfied. They're not just the machines to produce milk or meat, but they should live a dignified life. And this is what the animal welfare concept is all about. And this is something mentioned by Mr. Vitaly Krychko from the ministry. So we need to ensure that the 5 freedoms of animals are being maintained. I think we actually achieved the goal of this presentation to share the experience of how animal welfare results in some benefits. You would not have invested $1 million in ventilation if you didn't see any potential in that. So we are very grateful to you for sharing your experience, for showing the best practices, for giving some recommendations to business operators. Thank you very much. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to Vadim Karatnyuk. He represents the Vinnytsia poultry farm, poultry complex, and he will speak about the experiences, challenges, and best practices in implementing animal welfare rules at poultry farms in Ukraine. So with them, you can start screen sharing. Let me remind you, dear colleagues, there is an opportunity to choose between 2 screens. So Vadim is now going to share his screen, and you can already see the English language version. And don't forget to leave your questions in the Q&A section. We are monitoring both the chat and the Q&A section, so you can leave your questions in both. And at the end of this session, there will be a Q&A session. Yes, Mr. Karatnyuk has shared his screen. So Vadim Karatnyuk's screen is the Ukrainian version, and Anna Borsuk's screen is the English language version. Yes, Mr. Karatnyuk, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. So good afternoon once again. I'm very happy to participate in today's forum. It's an extremely important topic, and I'd like to share the experience of Vineta Poultry Farm on implementing animal welfare principles. The farm was set up in 2011. We have 19 production sites of the same size and type. We have our own incubator station, which covers all of our needs. And you can see these black squares. So these are the sites where we breed poultry. And you can see the diamond, which is the incubator. So this is one of the sides, and you can see the other one behind. So all production sites are isolated. We have control of access and movement, and all the workers comply with sanitary and hygienic requirements. This is a scheme of one of the production areas, here marked with orange. Is where we keep the poultry, and the access is restricted. So there are some main processes taking place at the poultry production site. So we first prepare the poultry premises or barns for stocking, then we place the poultry, we vaccinate the poultry, thin the poultry, and then we do the slaughtering. Just a couple of words about the incubator. The annual volume of eggs we incubate is approximately 295 million, which helps us obtain approximately 265 million chicks, which result in 34 million chicks per month. The process of placing day-old chicks takes place in poultry houses where all the necessary conditions for growth and development are created. So here you can see the truck unloading the chicks into the poultry farming area, and to the right you can already see the day-old chicks inside. Here on the slide, vaccination is taking place at the production site, but the first vaccination is carried out on day 0 at incubator poultry station. And the methods that we use is injection or spray. To comply with the legislative requirements, we have the process of thinning and the main slaughter. Thinning happens at the age of 25-33 and slaughter at the age of 42 to 47 days. The density does not increase 38 kilos per square meter. Here on the slide, you can see the main processes when we are preparing the farm for the next unloading. So this is the cleaning, the washing, the technical maintenance. We use modern technologies and systems in broiler farming, and we are actively implementing the latest technologies which allow for increased productivity, reduction of costs, and assurance of high product quality. We use different microclimate systems, and Metro, the previous speaker, said that he's able to see the microclimate by using the internet, so we can control all of that and monitor microclimate using our phones, so which allows for faster and high quality creation of comfortable conditions for broiler growth. The key elements of the microclimate system is ventilation, heating, cooling, control of gas levels, and modern software automate the processes. They regulate ventilation, and with the help of software, we can control water and feed consumption, humidity level. One of the systems that we are just beginning to implement It's SAP. It's automated process management system, which helps us control and manage poultry production using computer technology. SAP has been implemented at the incubator and poultry station, but in the future, the plan is to introduce it at the production sites. So what are the advantages of SAP scaling in poultry farming? So we have all the data in one system: planning, accounting, microclimate, resource consumption. It's also automated control of growth conditions, loading of actual parameters for scenario formation. This is quick analytics, real-time decision-making based on accurate data, effective resource planning, full traceability, quality control at every stage of the poultry life cycle. And as a result, we get faster responses, higher product quality, reduced losses, improved biosecurity, and poultry welfare. One of the systems that we are using is Zabbix. And the production department has a team of production analysis specialists. They provide continuous monitoring of production processes, and their main task is to predict and prevent accidents. In the event of equipment malfunction or accident, specialists respond promptly and notify the necessary services. This department has only recently been added to us, but it has already made the work of section managers much easier. And such an approach helps us maintain high efficiency indicators for the entire farm. Power BI is another modern tool which helps us create specific graphs, charts, and dashboards that make information easier to understand. This allows for quick analysis. Power BI is a tool for strategic business management. And here you can see an example from Power BI. There is a connection to dashboards. You can see different graphs where we have all the essential indicators in real time, and you can control the different sectors, which can help you see if there is any malfunction, and is also an opportunity to prevent accidents. And one of the other systems that we have recently introduced is monitoring system at production sites. With the help of this system, you can control the staff movement, their entry to different areas, and the system analyzes age, access, and biosecurity restrictions. And in case of violations, access is blocked. So suppose an employee has been to an area with older chicks, they cannot enter an area with younger chicks. We can also do work time accounting because electronic passes record the hours an employee spent at the site. So there is automatic notification, which results in improved biosafety, transparency of control, and reduction of human error. All these new systems and technologies in general help contribute to animal welfare and quality keeping of poultry. Thank you. Thank you, Vadim. Indeed, it's another example that farms are not waiting for some requirements to come into effect. You started implementing them ahead of time because there are economic benefits from this. We've received a number of interesting questions, both in the chat and some were sent to our email. And now I'd like to proceed to the next presentation, and I'd like to give the floor to Innovation Manager at our group, Konstantin Makhno, and the Associate Professor, Natalia Hryshchenko, because their presentation will be dedicated to implementation of animal welfare norms at pig farms. They will tell us how realistic that is, what kind of challenges we have, and how we can use best practices that can help with implementing animal welfare rules at pig farms in particular. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. So we will be presenting our presentation in a tandem. I will start and then I'll give the floor to Konstantin Mahno. Today we work with pig farms as well as industrial enterprises. This is close cooperation because the educational experience is and educational space is closely linked to production sites, to animal keeping sites. And we can say that the requirements for animal welfare are a key criterion for us, and our students have their on-the-job training at different enterprises. We know what the key requirements for our state are as far as implementing animal welfare norms into legislation are concerned. And of course, we are also following the principle of the 5 freedoms of animals, and they have already been enshrined in our legislation in this or that way. Next slide, please. But while working with different farms, we can say that as of today, a majority of producers supports humane attitude towards animals, the comfort of animals, and a number of those requirements that are currently being implemented are supported by the producers. And this applies to the use of enrichment materials to actually develop the natural behaviors of animals, and the staff members constantly go through additional training so that they have an adequate attitude towards the animals at the farms. And also in Ukraine, we already use pain 3 interventions, and we know that innovations have been introduced as far as castration is concerned. But there are some, or tail docking, but there are some things that require further effort. This is construction and renovation of existing premises, which requires additional investment. Despite the war, despite the challenges, the business operators perceive all of this in a positive light. And if we're talking about new buildings, then the new requirements are easy to comply with. Because just like the previous speakers mentioned, the comfort of animals is a normal manifestation of civilizational development of human beings. And we support the dignified treatment of animals and for their production not to be just economically feasible, but for it to also be focused on the comfort of the animal. The next slide, please. But for those farms that are currently working under extremely difficult circumstances of the martial law, those that are on the brink of relocation or other challenges caused by the aggression of the enemy, then of course those are faced with economic barriers. So within our consortium, as part of our cooperation with the farmers, a transition period of 4 years is of importance for us, which is the duration of the full-scale invasion. So we are talking about a transition period of up until the year 2030 that will help the facilities to be renovated, reconstructed, so that we can change the keeping conditions for the breeding pigs. But using technological solutions that contribute to animal welfare in animal keeping are becoming more common. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to Konstantin Mahno, who will tell in more details about the various innovations in animal welfare that are used at our pig farms. The floor is yours, Konstantin. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to share information about two innovative solutions that have a direct impact on animal welfare, because these solutions have to do with weighing of animals, stress-free weighing of animals, with the help of contemporary digital technologies and AI. These solutions are already available for Ukrainian farmers, for Ukrainian pig farms in particular. They have already been implemented and they can be used further. Weighing animals and controlling their growth and development, I mean, the way they are growing during keeping, is an integral part of the economics, because here we also factor in the number of how much money we have spent on feed, on water, to get 1 kilo of meat. So of course we have to control all of these indicators, and now we have an opportunity to use specific solutions for this. There are specific cameras that can quickly identify pig weight. So let's talk about the first of such solutions. So here we use computer vision technologies and artificial intelligence technologies. So here we need to answer a question: can modern farming provide knowledge about each individual animal as it once did? Because we have never been growing pigs on such a scale on one territory. So how can we achieve that? You may be asking me about the accuracy. So what is the accuracy of this technology? Let me tell you right from the start, the accuracy of individual weight accuracy is more than 95%. If we are talking about accuracy of a group, let's say, then here the accuracy is high. It's more than 97%, and accuracy is achieved by the technology using more than 160 million processed images with pigs. And more than 1 million images have pigs contours that were marked by hand. And there are also more than 110,000 of individual weighings that have already been checked on the scales. So this is what lies at the core of the accuracy of this technology. So what are the key benefits for the use of such a solution? Well, first of all, this is obtaining information about the growth and weight of the animal, and this is about the control optimization of the diet or the keeping technology. This also helps us optimize the income, the costs, and it's also a new level of personnel management at the farm. And another integral part is that it results in better protection and care for animals. What do I mean by this? So this is a way to respond to potential animal health issues. If we don't see an animal on the camera, then we may assume that the animal is not active and may require extra care, some additional interventions maybe. And it's also a new level of biosecurity. We don't need to have this constant contact with the animals, so the level of biosecurity is increased. So how does it work? You don't need to go through any additional training on a new farm. What you have to do is just install the technology and it starts working immediately. As an example, here on this drawing, you can see an installation example of the equipment. Let me quickly tell you how it looks like. So you can see the farm in the middle. There are corridors and there are some stalls where you have the feeding area. And there are these green dots which stand for the cameras. They are put above the feeding area. We also have the so-called server room where you have the equipment which gets the information from the cameras, then processes it and sends it back to a website, to specific software that is actually then showing you the weight. And the black rectangles are the computer switches which get power supply, and you need to plug in a cable, and there is a cable which supplies power to all the cameras. You don't need to have cable plugged into each camera. So the camera works in the following way. So you set a specific mode. So the camera is on for 8 to 10 hours a day. You pick a specific time period during which pigs are the most active, when they eat the most feed. So it may be 4 hours in the morning and let's say 4 or 5 hours in the afternoon. Then the camera switches on and it takes one picture each second. So all the pigs that approach the feeding area during that period will get into the frame. So this is how it looks like in practice. To the left, you can see an example of this equipment being installed at a Ukrainian farm. So you hang up the camera above the feeder so you can see that everything is hidden, it's isolated from the aggressive environment that you can have at a pig farm. So this is quite reliable. So you install the camera, you calibrate it, you do it once, and then the camera works every time new pigs enter this area. There are some other pictures of other types of installations, and just a quick video taken at our farm and how it looks like in real life. So you can see there are different ways to install the cameras. It can be mounted either on some pipes or on the ceiling. What is important that the way you mount it is reliable. And then to the left, you can see the server room that I've mentioned, where you have the computers, where you have some generators, because under contemporary circumstances, we know what the blackout is. So this is something that will help you have power supply for some 3 to 5 hours once the power supply has been restored. Another important element is tagging pigs with relevant tags, which has two elements to it. So there is a QR code that goes on top of the ear, and inside the ear the tag includes information about the pig. So you can use a kind of a reader that will help you identify the animal. So this is the identification number that the tag contains. So what do we get in the result? So you enter the system using your login and password, and the technologist or the farmer will get an information about the number of pigs that fit into the frame. You will get mortality rates over the past 24 hours. You will get the laggers because you also include some charts for growth. There is also the animals in the release range who have already reached the mass of 100 or 120 kilos, and also you have those who have already exceeded that weight. So everything can be displayed in different graphs and charts. So you can have breakdowns per mass between 30 and 40 kilos. So there are different types of information that could be displayed here. And also we can choose a particular pen. We can choose a particular camera. We can have a real-time access to the cameras. And you will see the specific weight of each pig displayed there. And then we can later identify the pig and understand if there is anything that should be done about that pig. So you can see the dynamics of growth per each individual pig, and you can see the dynamics of growth per pen or per box where you have the animals. So having this information, you can understand the growth rates of your animals without moving them to weights, without causing them additional stress, because we know that pigs are not stress resilient. So that is briefly about the first solution that we already have in place. And let me proceed to the next one. It's called OptiScan. So the first solution is an Israeli technology, and the developers is a farm seed company from Israel. And this solution, OptiScan, is a French development from Coperl, and it's an efficient and stress-free pig weighing system. So let us watch the video and I will offer my comments on how it works. So you can see the ways for pigs. You use the portable 3D camera that you point at the pig, and then on the tablet you will see immediately what the weight of the pig is. So you actually need to learn how to hold the camera properly. It takes several attempts, and any operator working at the production site can learn how to do this. You don't need to have any special knowledge on how to operate this equipment. So once again, what is OptiScan? It's a mobile solution which is designed to be used at different areas of the farm, and it makes the process of pig weighing and weight control easier. It's equipped with a 3D camera and a tablet, and it allows to scan animals directly in the pen and identify those who have already reached their target weight. Normally, it's done at the end of the feeding process to understand whether the pig is ready for release, or perhaps the pig still needs a week or two. So it's quite a quick and easy process, and the collected data can be securely stored and viewed at your computer. Because of a powerful algorithm included into the software, It has fit-in data from over 3,300 animals and more than 10 million weight measurements. OptiScan achieves the accuracy of around 98%, which ensures reliable decision-making, simplifying the optimization of the fattening process, increasing efficiency. And in Europe, and I think this is something that should be waiting for us in Ukraine, you are to release the pig with the weight that the meat production facility wants. So they are expecting pigs weighing around 110 and 120 kilos. And if the pig weighs more or less, there will be a system of penalties for each kilo of live weight. So what are the functions of this weighing? You can sort the pigs before they are released to the meat production facility to maximize the price. You can also monitor the health of the animal using this equipment and controlling the weight during specific time periods. And you can look at the feeding curve, optimize the growth speed, and optimize the price of kilo of live weight. So the measurements are taken directly in the pen. There is no need to move the pigs. So you do not use the corridors, the weighs. The weighing equipment is clean. You get instant weight display on the tablet, and the accuracy is 98% regardless of the genetics. So it's a solution available to each business operator. It's easy to use after a short training and practice period. And you can start using on animals starting from 80 kilos and up to 140 kilos of live weight. And there have an update is being development so that we can weigh pigs with the weight of 100 exceeding 140 kilos. So just a brief conclusion. What are the main advantages? This is profitability because you send pigs to meat processing facilities that already have this established weight. It's comfortable in operation, it's efficient, reliable, and it contributes to animal welfare because it takes place at the production site and there is no need to impose extra stress on the animals. So what does the kit contain? It's a one-size ergonomic vest jacket that you put on. Then you get the ergonomic 3D camera. With an optional reader, you get a powerful Microsoft tablet, which is quite powerful in terms of its features because it can process images and immediately demonstrate the weight, and there is an impact resistant case made of plastic. So that's all from my side. Thank you for the attention, and that was a brief presentation about the existing solutions. In case you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Yes, we are going to have some questions now, and I want to thank you very much for such a detailed answer, such a detailed presentation, starting from the position of pig farms with regards to implementation of animal welfare rules and proceeding to the implementation of very practical solutions that contribute to pig welfare during different operations. So we are now proceeding to the Q&A session. And I'd like to ask whether Dmytro Solomacha is with us. Because we have a number of questions for Dmytro. If Dmytro is not here yet, we can start with questions for other speakers. Dmytro promised that he'll join us in a couple of minutes. So let's start with the speakers. Vadim Karatnyuk, are you with us? I cannot see Vadim. Okay, then we'll start with question 10. And the first question is, what is the price of implementing this equipment for automatic weighing if we look at the price of weighing per animal? If we're talking about the mobile solution, the 3D camera, this is a solution available in Ukraine at a European price. So it's a unified price both for Europe and for Ukraine. And in Ukraine, it costs 16,200 euros, VAT included. If we are talking about the first solution where you install a certain number of cameras, it's hard to say what the price is because the price is individual based on the number of cameras, based on the number of switches and other required equipment. And the length of cables that will be transmitting the images and video, so it may be a bit more complicated. It's calculated on an individual basis for a particular farm. And the other thing that should be mentioned, if we are talking about the solution with the cameras, it also foresees the introduction of a particular subscription fee for each pig that is in the frame, and that is $1 per pig. Yes, thank you very much for answering the question. I see that Metro Solamaha is here, so everybody is thanking you for your presentation, and there is a number of questions that our participants have. Question number 1. Can you highlight the specific numbers, how cow welfare has an impact on the economic indicators? What do you mean by specific numbers? Do you mean whether we have analyzed the return on investment? Well, you need to understand the starting point. If you start with an inefficient farm, just like ours, any positive change will yield in significant dividends. And the ventilator's payback period was the first year because we had 5 liters in cow yield in 3 months, and then if we add some extra factors like the health, the peak period of yield, those cows that are not being milked during the summertime. I cannot give you the specific numbers here. But when we started investing in comfort, having 550 cows, we had 12 tons of milk in yield, and now we have more than 30 tons, but we added just 300 cows on top. So a third of our cows are cows that are already 4, 5, 6 years. If you keep them in the right conditions, the yields will be higher. So I cannot give you the exact numbers, but they are, of course, much more interesting than investment in additional cows that you are trying to fit into the existing structure. So I can tell you that for sure. Thank you very much. I hope that the participants asking this question had the answer. The next question, in your opinion, is it possible for all the farms keeping cows for meat or milk to invest into their comfort, or is it impossible for lack of funds? It's quite a funny question because I got a farm with old infrastructure 2 months before the war, and over the 4-year period, the founders did not give me any external loans. So we didn't really focus on money. It's about priorities. If you want to get as much milk as possible and then send your cows to a meat production facility, then it's expensive. But if you want to build a nice story, if you want to be proud of what you're doing, if you want to get satisfaction, then the payback period will be short. It all depends on the way you are thinking. So we believe that we should not be lying to the land. We should not be lying to the cows because then the punishment will come. We need to follow the laws of nature. We need to follow the laws of life of animals. We need to provide maximum comfort to them, create optimal conditions both for the cow and for the land so that you get the best yield. Yes, of course, if we look at sunflowers and if you're just planting as much, hoping to get as much yield, that's one thing. If you're not feeding your cows enough, just hoping for the yield, that's another story. But you can always find the resources. Not to mention that investment in cow comfort has a very positive impact on the microclimate inside the team. When people see the way we treat our cows, the way we treat our people, then everybody loves it. So people who come to our farm, they mention this very nice atmosphere. So it's all about priorities. Yes, you can see the reactions. You can see how our participants reacted to your answer. So you mentioned your staff. There is one more question about the staff. How many veterinarian specialists and specialists in general are needed for a farm like that? Well, we sometimes joke about this. We have 1.5 veterinarian specialists and 2 students. That's a joke. So, if a cow falls sick, do we treat it or do we let the cow live? Well, we are very skeptical about veterinarians. The main task is strategically to prevent any diseases. So, how are we able to fight mastitis? We started actually buying more expensive expendables. Yes, we invested in that, and that resulted in dropping of the mastitis levels. And when we started doing pedicures for our cows, there were no longer issues with the hoofs. So if you invest in the comfort, the cow is not an enemy to itself. They will not be just falling sick for no reason. So if you have too many veterinarians, it means that you're doing something wrong. You are probably saving too much on health and comfort. While answering the question about the number of specialists, the number of staff, we have more specialists than necessary. I've been to a US farm with 2,000 cows where they had 25 staff members, and we have some 55 staff members. What is the problem that we have in Ukraine is cheap land and cheap staff. If we pay $3,000 to $4,000 to the milking specialist, just like it's done in the US, everything will be perfected and the processes will be organized and people will not be interfering with the cows and their desire to enjoy life. I think we need to optimize the number of staff at our farm so that it's adequate for the number of cows that we have. For our cows are lying on these French mats, which cost 500 euros each. They are comfortable, but somehow they result in irritation of the knees. And we have now bought an American separator so that we use the compost, which separates the liquid fraction from the hard fraction. So we have already bought the equipment which will help us put some bedding on top of the mat. So it's going to be the compost fraction that we will put on top of the mats. And once again, I'm convinced that this will result in less work for veterinarians. Yes, some people mentioned that they do not agree with me. Well, it's all about sarcasm. It's the first time me making a public speech. Of course, we need to perceive everything with a degree of sarcasm and irony. Of course, we have veterinarians and specialists that we work with. And if you have constant trainings and different tools, we are not trying to save on people, of course. But if the veterinarian is the most important person at the farm, then it's bad. A veterinarian is somebody who provides a service. They love the cow, they know about the cow, but our common task is not to have that much work for the veterinarian, because if they are constantly extinguishing fires like a firefighter, it means that all the other services at the farm have not done a good enough job. For example, in the United States, I have not seen a single veterinarian doctors as team members. They are the outsourced professionals. So people there, they invest in comfort, in management, in diet, and treatment is already an extreme measure. And if you need to have a veterinarian all the time, to have them there, then it means that you're doing something wrong. So over the past 4 years, we've increased the salaries threefold. So actually, some of our technicians, their salary is around $1,000 at the time. Of course, there is still room to grow. Yes, somebody is mentioning that the US standards are low. I was talking about the salary for an insemination technician. Yes, there may be this industrial approach that many US farms have, an industrial approach towards a cow, but there is another extreme also, that it's not a farm, it's a zoo where a farm is inseminated by the bull. It's another extreme, because with a kind of approach like that, we will not be able to feed 8 billion people. Our task is to get cheap protein, cheap food. And for me personally, I feel more sorry about humans than cows. So having conditions for animal keeping that resemble a zoo is another extreme. But transforming a farm into a concentration camp, that's not a good thing. You need to love the cows. You need to create comfortable conditions for them without forgetting that it's still business. Yes, thank you, Dmytro. We can see many comments in the chat, but I'd like to ask our speakers. Perhaps you have questions for Dmytro, and we also have Konstantin Makhno spoke about the pig farms. So in case you have questions for each other, you can just unmute yourselves and ask a question. If there are no questions, there is a question for Konstantin. We are very grateful to Dmytro Solomach. I got a comment from our international partners and colleagues that you are already loved and appreciated, and we are all grateful for your treatment of animals. So thank you for that. So dear speakers, in case you have any questions, you can just unmute yourselves and ask questions. And now a question for Konstantin Mokhno from our international participants. How does the form that you've shown allow for animals to exercise their species-specific capacities? And if the carers have limited contact, how can welfare be monitored adequately? This would be severely restrictive for animals. How would you comment? I don't really understand the question. Well, it was about those farms that you showed us where you had these solutions installed. So how do they help animals exercise their species-specific capacities? Because in your presentation, you mentioned limited access of carers or people overall. So does this limited access allow for control of all of the processes, and how does it help monitor animal welfare? So this is my interpretation of the question. So in case I misunderstood your question, you could maybe clarify it in the chat. So you may have seen that the installed camera does not prevent animals from doing what they want, so their welfare is not impacted by the presence of a camera. The function of the camera is just to take shots and to identify the weight of the animal. And as far as the second part of the question is concerned, with the help of the camera, you can reduce the influence of people on the caring component. The data obtained from the camera can give us additional signals so that we could provide quick response and pay more attention to a particular pen. Let's say there is an animal there that has not approached the feeder for 3 days. So here we can make an assumption that there is an issue and there may be some targeted response, and we can go and find this animal. And from practice, people working at farms, of course, they go and check on animals 2 or 3 times a day. Yes, they can look at the camera and understand that everything is okay, which means that maybe there is no need to contact the animals as frequently. So maybe we could simplify the process and go and check on animals once a day instead of 2 or 3 times. This is what I meant. So it just reduces the contact time between the carers and animals. Yes. Actually, there is a clarification of this question. It wasn't a question about the system of cameras, but it's about the system of pig keeping. So does it allow for animals to exercise their species capacities, to exercise their natural behavior? I still don't really understand what is meant by this. It's not about the cameras, it's about the approaches towards pig keeping. So if you meant that the pens were not clean enough, it's pictures taken during the installation when the areas have not been washed and disinfected yet. So maybe this is what the participant meant. Yes, Konstantin, everyone is now promoting a system of free range. Yes, and in pictures that we saw, the pigs are inside the pens. And if we introduce a system with free range, how are you going to weigh the pigs then? How will this system work then? Or is it just for closed areas? That was the question. Yes, this is for closed areas, not for the outdoor. Yes, the cameras are installed near the feeders. The animals come to the feeder. And unfortunately, the situation that we have with the uh, African swine plague and the free range and outdoor facilities, it's quite a challenge for us at this stage to introduce these kinds of technologies. Because I shouldn't probably be reminding you about the African swine flu it had a serious effect on the number of animals. So this is for indoor. Natalia, you wanted to add? Yes, I wanted just to say that in order for animals to exercise different natural behaviors, we are using different additional tools. For example, the nesting of pigs, and we also use different toys. So whatever refers to satisfaction of the need of the animal in socialization and communication, definitely we use that. So all the farms have that implemented to some degree. So this is what covers the needs in animal welfare. Yes, so there is a comment for our foreign experts. It's about the prohibition of free range for pigs because of the African swine fever. And coming back to the things that Natalia and Konstantin had started commenting on. So how would you assess the situation with transition of pig farms where they increase the area where the animals are being kept and where there are separate separate areas for sows? Well, if we are talking about the norms of specific areas, if we are talking about the standards, and we can also borrow from some practical knowledge here. So putting more animals on 1 square meter of area is not feasible because we will not get the expected productivity results, and on the flip side we will get veterinarian issues like cannibalism and others. So putting more animals on a smaller area is not economically feasible if we do the math. So here I see some positives about this solution. So if you need to have 1 square meter for fattening, then this is what we try to achieve. If we are talking about the keeping of sows, it all depends on the choice of the technology, of the approach towards keeping of sows at the farm. But I can tell you this from practice. Keeping of sows in group pens, not individual pens, is better. Because an animal has some emotional contact. And when the animal already comes to farrowing, we will no longer have issues with constipation, for example. It's all nature. And group keeping in this respect is better. But there is another issue that pigs, they have a certain hierarchy, and if we are talking about group keeping, the animals would contact more with each other and the number of abortions will be higher as compared to keeping them in cages. So you need to decide what is best for a particular farm. But I think that group keeping in terms of animal welfare is more feasible. Yes, thank you very much. Natalia, did you want to add? Yes, I just wanted to say that the project solutions made by new farms that are doing reconstruction or new construction, of course, they use the norms of the implemented legislation on group keeping of sows, and group and socialized pig farming. We already have technological schemes for rearing of animals under these conditions, and they are perceived in a positive light by the farmers. But we have questions for those farms that are already working, and for them to re-equip their facilities, they need to make difficult managerial decisions in terms of suspension of the operations for re-equipment. But again, at the existing farms, all the necessary measures are taken so that there is no fixation, so that we could avoid the problem of piglets dying during the rearing. And for our students, we also deliver these principles, and actually the producers also support this system of group keeping for animal welfare. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear speakers, do you have any questions? No, we don't have any questions at this stage. There is one question that is left unanswered, but Vadim Kurutnyuk unfortunately has a problem with his internet connection. So the question addressed to him, the main challenges in poultry welfare at big farms, using the example of your farm, what should be improved? So this is a question that we will forward to him, and he will answer it in writing. The answers will later be sent to all registered attendees. I want to thank all of the speakers. I think we have achieved the goal of this session because we used some practical examples to demonstrate that the requirements for animal welfare are not some dead letters in the legislation. These are practical things that result in economic benefits that the farms themselves can get. We spoke only on keeping because of time restrictions. We could not include slaughterhouses, but our upcoming events will be dedicated to that. This is something mentioned by Vitaly Krychkov. There is a plan of information campaign, so we will have dedicated events dedicated to animal welfare during keeping, transportation, and slaughter. So there will still be an opportunity for us to discuss different practical examples and the benefits that we can get. But please remember that starting from January the 1st of 2026, the first rules of animal welfare during their keeping, this is Order 224, will come into effect. Yes, we will not be conducting inspections because currently there is a moratorium in place, but it doesn't mean that we have to wait for some transition periods to come. As has been mentioned, there are no transition periods. So these are the dates indicated in the legislation, and I hope that everyone now remembers this date, which will influence the work at your farms. And we are also cooperating with lecturers, students, and associations, and hopefully you will disseminate this information amongst your target audiences. I want to thank everyone. We can start our lunch break 5 minutes earlier, so we will be back at 3 p.m. Ukrainian time. You don't have to leave the conference, just stay online, and we will resume our work at 3 p.m. with session 3. We are waiting for all of you after the lunch break. Thank you for your active participation. Sing with the panelists. The interpretation is working. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Just sound checking. I want to thank everyone for being back after the lunch break. And the time has now come to resume our work. We are about to start session 3. Our moderator is the Vice Rector for Academic and Research Affairs of Poltava State Agrarian University, Anatoly Shostya. Mr. Shostya, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the honor to welcome you to session 3 of our today's forum entitled Educating for Change, Building a Welfare-Ready Sector. In session 3, we are going to hear 3 speeches. The first one will be delivered by Nadia Maharello, Associate Professor of the Department of Hygiene, Sanitation, and General Veterinary Prevention of Stepan Zhitsky National University of Veterinary Medicine and Biotechnologies in Lviv. The topic of the speech is Sustainable Livestock and Animal Welfare, SOLAVE, a 3-year review, project results, innovations, and achievements. The co-speakers for the first presentation will be Olena Smirnova, International Affairs expert from the Poltava State Agrarian University, and Natalia Hryshchenko, Associate Professor of the Department of Technologies in Poultry, Pig and Sheep Breeding of the Faculty of Animal Husbandry and Aquatic Bioresources of the National University of Biotechnologies and Natural Resources Use of Ukraine. So, Ms. Mahrelo, are you ready for your presentation? Yes, good afternoon. Let us check whether you can see my presentation. So good morning once again. In the first part of our joint presentation, I'd like to focus on the important issue of integration of the results of our international SOLAVE project, sustainable livestock production and animal welfare, into the system of training of students. As a result of this project, we have developed modernized curricula, and 4 higher education institutions were involved. The Lviv National University of Veterinary Medicine and Biotechnologies, the National University of Bioresources and Natural Resource Use, the Poltava National Agrarian University, and the Eastern Ukrainian Dal University. And together with international partners, this is the University of Nuremberg, Uppsala and Ljubljana University in Slovenia. So under the supervision of our foreign colleagues, we have developed one joint project, which are modernized curricula. The modernized curricula, taking into consideration the current state of affairs in the agrarian sector, which requires a new approach towards training of future specialists, we came up with 3 modules. The first one is sustainable livestock, number 2, animal welfare, and number 3, digitation of livestock. So based on our joint decision, all the 3 modules have been introduced into the curricula of the 4 higher educational institutions just mentioned as core disciplines as well as electives. These will be included into educational plans as educational components, and the training is planned for 1 semester. And for the students specializing in veterinary medicine and production of processing technologies of animal products. And overall, we are talking about 4 European credit and transfer system credits. So these modules are already included into our curricula. So if we are looking at the specific modules, sustainable livestock production, the introduction of this module allows for the students to better understand the principles of rational nature use as well as increase of production efficiency. And here you can clearly see the topics. So we have the following topics. Ecological approaches, circular economy, adaptation to climate change, to name a few, and future specialists will have a systemic view of the contemporary challenges in agriculture. The second module is dedicated to animal welfare. It will focus on contemporary international standards of animal welfare. Here we are talking about the 5 freedoms, humane treatment of animals, as well as integration of animal welfare principle into the practices of operational farms. Thus, Ukrainian educational facilities have an opportunity to conduct training using European experience, form competencies that comply with the requirements of international markets. And module number 3 is digital livestock farming. It's aimed at digitization of the agrarian sector. It's the most contemporary module which combines the needs of production and the needs of modern science. And the introduction of the elements of digital livestock farming helps students understand how different sensors and automated system works, how software solutions work. This allows for young specialists to introduce technologies of accurate livestock farming, resulting in transparency and better production. It's a combination of traditional knowledge and innovative approaches. The students get to know contemporary technologies such as automated systems. And today we had a wonderful opportunity to hear how our practitioners at their farms are using the achievements of digitization of animal farming. We are talking about GPS monitoring of animal sensors for health and behavior control, analysis of big data in livestock farming. So in summary, integration of the modules such as livestock production, animal welfare, and digital livestock farming are an important step in the modernization of our curricula. It allows not just for the update of curricula, it also develops new competencies of our students. The new modules give students an opportunity to work on the cross lines of technology, societal expectations, and academia, which will result in them making decisions in factoring in the economic, social, and environmental prospects. This also results in harmonization of Ukrainian education with European standards, which enhances their academic mobility, making our national curriculum more attractive for different employers. And I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues to proceed with the presentation. Another task of our project was to create innovative centers of excellence for lifelong learning, and the main purpose of this task is to promote development of sustainable livestock farming by means of introduction of modern educational solutions into the activities of universities. Can you hear me, by the way? Yes, we can hear you. Excuse me, please. Which in its turn will help improve the quality of specialist training and strengthen the role of universities in regional development, making them active participants of regional development. Thus, the work of the training centers covers 3 main areas. This is the educational and practical, scientific and expert, and communication and information. The training and education stream is about modernization of educational programs and their updating in view of the current challenges in livestock farming and animal welfare, implementation of innovative technologies and methods in the educational process, as well as organization of different training, seminars, and forums with participation of Ukrainian and international specialists with the purpose of increasing the qualifications and competitiveness of the students as well as teachers and representatives of agrarian production sector. The other stream is science and counseling. So this covers research aimed at studying the effectiveness of innovations in animal husbandry, as well as studying its impact on the productivity of the farms. And now the idea is to create a platform for exchange of ideas and scientific achievements. Plus, some advisory services will be provided to farms with the involvement of experienced scientists and specialists. The information and communication work of centers is aimed at promotion of the concept of sustainable development of livestock production and raising the awareness of producers and consumers. Next slide, please. At the four higher educational institutions in Ukraine, 4 centers of excellence for lifelong learning have been established. They cover all the areas of agrarian production. Next slide, please. So, how were these centers of excellence for lifelong learning created? There were several stages. The first objectives being set up, then working groups were set up that will be working at the centers, and the program of work for all of the centers was approved, and then the physical spaces were created, key equipment was installed, ensuring the implementation of the key tasks. And 6 implementing partners completed training on the rice method. The training took place between March and November of 2024, and the program was implemented in cooperation with the Bern University. And then in late December of 2024, a report was presented with identification of gaps and recommendation for the enhancement of sustainability were also developed. Next slide, please. The other thing that was developed and conducted were 8 training courses. In general, more than 350 participants participating in the training courses, all coming from different regions of Ukraine. The topics included animal welfare, biosafety, telemedicine, assessment of sustainability of farms, efficient management of productivity. The courses were based on practical experience of agrarian farms, modern technologies, as well as European approaches to sustainable development. They promoted enhancement of competencies of specialists and introduction of efficient solutions in livestock farming and agrarian production. And right now, we can say that the activity of the centers had a significant impact on the key target groups. These were respondents and scientists who got relevant knowledge in animal welfare, biosafety, and modern technologies with the help of training modules. And the trainees were able to assess real farms and developed practical recommendations for them, which resulted in their theoretical knowledge being used in practice. The development of professional ties took place during the work of this center. Educational events promoted active exchange of experience as well as development of partnerships between scientists, practitioners, and entrepreneurs, as well as between all of the centers. Even though the national legislation of Ukraine with regards to animal welfare was officially adopted in 2025, the project started its practical activities in this area long before that. Educational training courses, as well as the creation of innovative centers, adaptation to European standards, involvement of producers and experts became the foundation for further implementation of legislative norms. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So Natalia will be adding. Yes, thank you. Within the activities of our consortium and towards implementation of the Sulava project, academic mobility of our students became a significant component because it opens more opportunities for them to understand what sustainable development is, what animal welfare is. But during hostilities, it required from partner universities to be more responsible. Next slide, please. Thus, we had mobility trips for students despite the threats. While receiving students from Lviv and Poltava were receiving our students, and despite all of the threats, we were able to have a 5-month-long mobility course, which was conducted offline, and we also received some positive results. Next slide, please. So each student has 12 ECTS added to their training plan, and because of the partnership between members of the consortium, we were able to ensure that our students got profound training within those courses. The students assessed the quality of the educational process. They received anonymous questionnaires, and we have a high level of their satisfaction based on the questionnaires. And the students mentioned that it was a good experience not to just study at a different university, but also to get a rather high level bursary that was funded by the European Commission. In addition to offline academic mobility, we also had online academic mobility. Since our partner universities had offline mobility, it was difficult to have online mobility during the academic year because during daytime we are working with students in our classrooms. So the consortium members decided to postpone academic online mobility to summer, and the first 2 weeks of summer coincided with the practical training of the students, and we were able to combine the plans of practical classes, and our master students completed online mobility within the international Erasmus Plus summer school, sustainable animal production and animal welfare. 98 master students participated in that school, but what should be noted that in addition to the students, we also had representatives of different farms from different sectors attend. So almost 250 students completed the course. So it's not just the master students, but also the producers themselves. Next slide, please. Another achievement is the opportunity to cooperate between the universities. Each university and member of our consortium joined in on the development of the program and project of the International Summer School. So we had very productive 10 days of studies where we discussed both the successes and concerns that we can all have during this transition period to more innovative ways of livestock farming. A separate achievement of the project is about unity, because unity is the main contributing factor to Ukrainian resilience. At our summer school, we were able to bring together our universities, and the certificates that each member of the consortium got had three coat of arms representing three universities, and hopefully we will be moving forward together strong as one. Next slide, please. Another achievement of the project is the publication of educational materials. As of today, on the territory of Ukraine, we don't have that many educational materials and resources that from a practical standpoint can explain it to the student what sustainable livestock production is, what animal welfare is, what digital livestock farming is. For this very purpose, a course has been developed. 3 modules were united into one, and now we have an interactive smart book which includes the 3 modules, and all the lecture materials, all the practical materials can be obtained free of charge if you follow the link that you can see below on this slide. So a scientist, a producer, or a student can join on the independent learning of this aspect, and we are happy to report that the book has been published and it's publicly available. The materials were developed with the participation of all the consortium members, our international friends and experts, the Ukrainian experts, and we are very happy to see the result. And a separate result of our project are political recommendations. In my opinion, this is the most difficult document as the co-author. This is something that we've all been working on. These are political recommendations of the project. Political recommendations include an overview of livestock farming, an overview of the challenges that livestock farming is facing, and today we are also preparing for a workshop within which we will be discussing the question, or rather the possibility of implementing some constructive recommendations for animal welfare in Ukraine. And I think that the work of our project will become an important element in helping our state to become a member of the EU, because it's a key priority for us. It's an integral element of the civilizational development, I mean animal welfare. Next slide, please. And within the concept that I've just mentioned, the political recommendations, in the morning, we heard some of the key recommendations. This is everybody accepting the transition period to the new welfare norms or rules starting from January the 1st of 2026, as well as for operators involved in the export production chain. But for those farms that are constantly under attacks, who are using generators, who had to buy generators for water power supply to be able to feed their animals, they are in a very difficult state. So there is a recommendation for an additional transition period so that we are able to secure food for our people. Including meat and milk. And active participation in the project roadmap will ensure the implementation of farm animal welfare in Ukraine in 2025 and 2027. We all share a common goal, which is victory, and with the help of the project, we set up LLL centers which help improve the skills of livestock producers in the field of welfare. And this is our contribution to training of adults. And we think that our goal will be achieved because we are resilient, strong, and confident about our victory. We are very grateful to our friends and partners for the opportunity to be involved in creating Ukrainian history here and now. Thank you very much. Thank you for such a nice speech. I think Natalia, Nadia, and Olena. And now we are proceeding to the next speech. That is Alexander Berzig, professor for Nürtingen University in Germany. He is a professor for policy and markets of the agri-food sector, and his speech will be dedicated to animal welfare labeling. The floor is yours. Do we have our speaker with us? Yes, I can see that Alexander has joined the meeting. There may be some technical issues. Alexander, can you hear us? We see there is no response. So perhaps it would make more sense for us to proceed and move on to the next speaker. Or should we maybe ask Professor Rodenberg if he can hear us and whether he can start his presentation a bit earlier? I can see that Alexander started screen sharing.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize for having some technical issues. Now you should see the screen of my presentation.
Yes, we can see the presentation. And I remind you that there is an option to choose between two screens. The presentations are in English and in Ukrainian.
Okay, so I would start again. I apologize. I have a presentation about animal welfare labeling, and I would go through the entire presentation. And afterwards, I would give you the option to ask questions. Do you agree on that?
Yes, we all agree. Thank you.
Okay. So actually the situation is that consumers increasingly demand information on which animals are kept and treated. This is a situation which is throughout Europe, but especially in Germany. And we have own act in Germany, which I will show you later on, which address this issue. Animal welfare labeling is intended to provide the consumer information on these welfare standards. But although these animal welfare labels, as you see later on, exist in Germany, there is no really harmonized system on EU level on it. And it often leads more to consumer misunderstanding of these labels and does not offer real solutions to the consumers. The only mandatory animal welfare label we have currently in the EU is the egg coding system, which is also a special issue in Germany and also in Austria, because we have a special act that we don't allow these animals to be kept in cages. So I will start with the first point, why it is so difficult for consumers to trust goods which they can't really assess. We have with animal welfare, we have qualities which cannot be observed by the consumers before the purchasing of the animal products. For instance, if you purchase an apple, you can clearly find out which color, which taste, which smell it has. Taste, okay, would be another issue, but at least the color and the smell you can easily assess before the purchasing act. But if you want to get an idea of whether the apple really tastes sweet, you have to purchase it in most cases. But with credence goods, the consumer does not have this option. So he has to trust on third parties. And this is the issue about credence goods, that you have to put somebody in charge whom consumers trust too. So we have, for instance, quality issues like place of origin, fair trade, GMO-free, and so on. And also one of this is animal welfare. So what we see here is overview of voluntary animal welfare labels in Germany. What you see is huge load, total overload of information for the consumer. And this is, to remind you, only for the pig sector. There are others for cattle and so on. So this does not really lead to a situation where the consumer has a real idea of what is behind these welfare standards and what and whom can I trust to. So according to a consumer survey on the European level, most consumers trust on public institutions, some of them even more to NGOs, but least of them trust to producer, retailers, and private organizations. I would like to briefly show you that we have in Germany a system of, to my knowledge, the only one of a state-run animal welfare label system. So this animal welfare labeling system is based on a national act which was put in charge by the government of Germany. And you see it has 5 levels. The first one is basically the legal level, who is everybody accords to, but from then on, it starts with the second level with extra space and goes up to the 5th level, which is basically the organic agriculture. This kind of labeling act was put in charge in 2023, and it will become mandatory next year by March. However, this label currently only refers to pigs, and it also only refers to a certain kind of life stage of the pigs. and products from foreign importers are not considered at all at the moment. So it is a very small amount of the market which it really refers to. What you see here is that this system, it has clear outline of the rules which are based on the National Act, and in charge of the surveillance and also the monitoring and the legal control is the national government itself, and they put in charge, again, we have a federal system, they put the national authorities in charge in order that the whole system functions. I will not go to details right now. You can have a look on it on the presentation, which you will get anyway. For you, much more interesting is the part that farms also from foreign countries, both EU or third countries, or actually can participate in the labeling system on a voluntary basis, so long as it becomes mandatory. As I told you already before, there is a draft of a revision of the Act, actually, which foresees that this kind of voluntary basis becomes mandatory also for foreign farms, means that all kind of products have to be labeled in future. Whether this comes to it, we will see, but at least it is a market chance also for foreign farms who would like also to participate in the German market. If they are interested to do so, they can get these kind of information which are necessary on the official national authority. There are actually the German Federal Office for Agriculture and Food, BLE. They have on their website all the information which are required. What I would like to do is to put your focus on the, from my point of perspective, real question, which means that the consumers usually do not only put their focus on one aspect of sustainability, but rather they put it on the whole amount of all kind of sustainability issues. What you can see here is that you easily perceive that the consumers which were surveyed asked for all kind of dimensions of sustainability, not only the animal welfare standard, but also from social health aspects, also fair pay, the economic part of sustainability, and of course also from the environment, the impact on biodiversity, the carbon footprint, and so on and so on. What I would like to outline is here that sustainability is the real question which is behind also animal welfare. And if you put, like in the case, for instance, of carbon footprint, the focus only of one of these aspects, you might not successfully give the information which is demanded by the consumer by your system or label. So in the European history, we got already a system which is right now for more than 30 years on the market. Basically, we have the regulation on organic agriculture, and we have the regulation on the geographical indications. And apart from that, we have mostly unknown even to most member states, the opportunity that national member states, that they can also issue their own national quality scheme that is recognized later on by the European Commission, so-called notified. Examples for organic farming, you're quite aware of that. I don't have to go further in that detail. The geographical indications, again, also from the point of animal welfare, are, for instance, in the region of South Germany, the protected geographical indication from pork from the Swabian hull pig. And there are already animal welfare quality standards integrated in the geographical indication. But apart from that, also other sustainability issues, and also, of course, the origin of that kind of pigs and the fodder and so on, the quality standards, GMO-free, etc., etc. And last but not least, we have the same on the national quality system side. So means in Germany, it is on the federal level. Each federal state, like Bavaria or Baden-Württemberg, has their own national quality schemes. Here you see an example from the region of Baden-Württemberg. It's called Qualitätszeichen Baden-Württemberg. And these products of quality, these kind of national quality schemes, they also have integrated animal welfare standards. And apart from that, of course, again, address other sustainability issues. So to conclude, the consumers are usually not able to assess credence qualities in food. So that means they have to have somebody whom they can trust to. And therefore, it is required that third-party certifications from independent bodies, as we already saw in the consumer survey on European level, mostly if it is public authorities, they provide a solution. It can also be issued by NGOs, but I showed you the case of a public authority. So this can be a solution for this kind of information demand from the consumer. And mandatory labeling schemes, which are already on European level, such as the egg coding system, they guarantee common standards, and they can also be a blueprint for standards or animal welfare label on European level, which would be much better than if it is only on a member state level. And we have in the end that kind of big amount of animal welfare label acts, which again is not good information for the consumer. But the most important point is that we have already this kind of tools. And my recommendation would be that we use the kind of tools which we have for right now more than 30 years on European level, that we use these tools like geographical indications, like national quality schemes, and rather use them for the whole aspects of sustainability, also animal welfare, than to focus only on one aspect. And therefore, it would be powerful tools in order that these issues can be addressed by the by the producers and so on, and they serve as essential tools for communicating a product's production methods. So that would be my recommendation, using the already existing tools in order to get more power, and these kind of tools are very good introduced and they function. Thank you very much. Here's some literature which will be provided by the presentation, which we'll get later on. And here is also my contact. And now I thank you again, and I'm open for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, dear Alexandra Wiersig, for your presentation. And let us go over to the next presenter. And our next presenter is Dennis Bastiaan Rodenburg, professor of the Utrecht University from the Netherlands. He's an expert on animal welfare, professor for animal welfare from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. And the topic is assessing and improving farm animal welfare, laying hands on the case study. You're welcome.
Thank you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So indeed, I will speak.
Yes, we can see it well enough.
Okay, thank you. Is it full screen? Yeah. I will speak on assessing and improving farm animal welfare, and I want to focus on laying hens as a case study. Just a quick reminder also, where does animal welfare science come from? In the 1950s, intensive animal husbandry systems developed in Europe, in the US, in different parts of the world. And systems like the conventional battery cage for laying hens and also the individual feeding stalls for sows were developed as systems that were very efficient from a production perspective, where feed was efficiently converted into animal products. But at the same time, people started to question, is this the way we want to keep animals? This debate started in the UK in the 1960s with a famous book by Ruth Harrison, Animal Machines, putting this question to UK society. And this resulted in the installation of the Bramble Committee, a committee of scientists that were asked to reflect on animal welfare and sort of how should we treat the animals in our care and what are sort of the minimum standards. And this Bramble Committee has been very instrumental in setting up animal welfare science. And as you probably know, this resulted in the formulation of the 5 freedoms, which in many European countries is the legal basis for animal welfare. That animals should be free from hunger and thirst, free from discomfort, free from pain, injury, and disease, free from fear and stress, and free to display natural behavior. And as you can see from the 5 freedoms, they tend to focus more on the prevention of welfare problems, on the negative side of animal welfare, and not so much on the positive side or the positive experiences. And of course, a lot of time has passed since the 1960s, and in current welfare definitions, we tend to focus more also on the positive side, the positive experiences that animals may have in their lives. But the 5 freedoms have been very instrumental in changing EU animal production. If you think about the housing systems, we moved from conventional cage housing for laying hens to a majority of birds in cage-free systems where the hens can move around more freely. The individual sow stalls have been banned, and now we have systems like you see in the picture with sows in group housing. For veal calves, we used to have systems with individual crates where animals were very restricted. And now also in the EU regulation, this has moved to group housing. And there's regulations around welfare during transport and slaughter. And the 5 freedoms have played a large role in making this process happening and starting the discussion at EU level and what should be the minimum standards for keeping animals within the EU. As I said, since the 1960s, the thinking about animal welfare and also animal welfare science has developed and moved on. And currently, there is more thinking about also the importance of behavior and meeting behavioral needs of animals. This is a picture of the 5 domains model proposed by David Meller and colleagues, where you can still see elements also from the 5 freedoms, that animals should be properly fed, properly housed, they should be healthy, but they also should be able to show their behavior, to interact with the environment, to respond to feeling cold or feeling hungry or feeling alone, social contact with other animals. Also, behavior in response to humans is important. And what really changed the thinking about animal welfare is this increasing focus on the 5th domain, the mental state. So actually, how do the animals experience their own living conditions? In the end, that is the core of animal welfare. At the same time, of course, this is difficult to assess in humans and also in animals. In humans, still also you can ask a person how he is feeling. In animals, we have to rely on things we can observe and we can measure, and that's currently an important focus in animal welfare science, to get closer to this actual experience by the animal. And what has also been important with the 5 domains model is this realization that everything we change in the environment of the animal regarding nutrition or housing or health or behavior has an effect on the behavior that the animals can show, and therefore also on the mental state of the animals. So current thinking around animal welfare has moved in this direction. We also see in today's animal welfare science more focus on animal-based measures. So instead of just measuring the size of the pen and the number of feeders, the number of drinkers, the type of litter that's used on the floor, we tend to focus more on things we can really measure on the animals. Things like body condition, plumage condition or fur condition. Do the animals have wounds or not? What type of behavior do we see? What type of activity patterns do we see? Behaviors that we know that the animals value, like rooting in pigs or foraging in hens, dust bathing in hens. We might also see behaviors that we do not want to see, like aggression or damaging behavior. So behavior can tell us a lot about how the animals are faring in their housing system. Also, response to humans. Are they very afraid of their caretakers, or are they in good interaction with their human caretakers? That also tells you something about how the animals are treated. And we also know that a good human-animal relationship also leads in a higher productivity. Also, vocalizations. Can we listen to the animals? That also currently, with the use of AI, we get closer and closer to also hearing whether vocalizations are coming from a negative or a positive emotional state. On the right hand side, you see some examples on floor for foraging and dust bathing. And these systems can also be combined with outdoor access, with a free range or a veranda, covered outdoor access. We see worldwide that cage-free systems are developing for laying hens, and in all parts of the world. Currently, we also do trainings in Southeast Asia, in China. Everywhere you see developments. This is a map from a paper from a few years ago. In the meantime, the percentage of cage-free that's shown in green will be even greater in many parts of the world. And it was also mentioned in the previous presentation, part of the success story in the EU has also been the egg stamping, where you can really see the housing system that the egg has been produced in on the eggshell. You have the 4 different codes: 0 for organic, 1 for free range, 2 for barn, so that's the indoor cage-free system, and 3 for furnished cage. This in the picture here, there's a UK egg from a furnished cage system. So as a consumer, you can see what kind of system it comes from, the flock that it was produced by, and sometimes also other national information. And this means also that this egg, when it comes from a cage-free system, can be sold at a premium price. You see that food companies are making the transition to cage-free in food service, food processing, and also in retail. These are some examples of companies and retailers that have moved to 100% cage-free eggs. In the Netherlands, this has also been a decisive factor in pushing the market towards cage-free. When all the retailers said all the table eggs that we will sell will now come from cage-free systems. That means that you have a rapid transition in the country towards cage-free. So currently in the Netherlands, 95% of egg production is in cage-free system and 100% in the supermarkets. We see that production costs are a little bit higher for cage-free compared to cages, 10 to 15% higher. So that equates to 0.15 euros per kilogram egg. But also the egg prices that the farmers receive for cage-free eggs are also higher. And this difference is even larger than for the cost side. So we also see that cage-free farmers in recent years have had a higher income compared to farmers with cages in the Netherlands. On the right-hand side, you can see a map of Europe with the price for a dozen eggs. And you can also see that the price in the Netherlands, the tiny country in the middle there, is quite high. So that also reflects this decision by the retailers that all the eggs come from cage-free systems. But it also shows that when the market is there and when the retailers and the companies are asking for cage-free, it is possible to produce cage-free eggs at a competitive price. For the transition to cage-free systems are more complex to manage than cage systems. It is important that best practices are shared. There's a lot of countries in Europe that already have a large experience with cage-free systems: the Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, France, and it's spreading also rapidly. Recently, we've done a project called Best Practice Hens. The materials are still available, where we developed best practices for keeping pullets and laying hens in cage-free systems. We produce a large number of fact sheets that people can use to learn about specific aspects of a cage-free system, like purchase or litter or health checks, etc. And we combined a lot of scientific knowledge, practical knowledge from interviews, included economic information, market information. We also developed a protocol for an inspection walk on the farm, where you can train farmers to learn more, to observe more regarding animal welfare than regarding a normal inspection visits. So these materials are also available for translation into Ukrainian if there is an interest. They've also been translated into Chinese and to other languages. So these materials are publicly available if there is an interest. Just to show you briefly an example of what we did. This is the welfare protocol, where you can see a barn, and on the top right side, the farmer would enter the house. There you would already observe how do the birds respond to me entering. Are there any panic reactions? Do I see signs of panting or huddling? Are the birds too hot or too cold? Then the farmer starts moving around the house and observes birds with feather loss, wounded birds, sick birds, dead birds, floor eggs that might be there, litter quality measurements. So the farmer is trained in observing a number of critical control points that he or she may then use to monitor the current situation and also to see which points can be improved for the future. The future is also further development of these automatic monitoring systems. If we look at poultry and pigs, there's already existing systems for monitoring feed intake, water intake, body weight. But for the future, if I look at poultry, we can also come up with systems to monitor flock activity, to monitor specific behaviors that the flock might be showing, like feeding, drinking, foraging, dust bathing, the analysis of vocalizations and flock noise. That will be very interesting, because many farm animal species have quite a varied vocal pattern that may be used as a welfare indicator. Here on the right-hand side, you see some results from a research project we are doing in monitoring individual laying hens, here in small groups, but we're also moving up to larger flocks. And in many other groups, similar projects are being conducted. To conclude for this presentation, we see that animal welfare is taking a more prominent role in animal production in the EU. Providing behavioral opportunities and allowing positive experiences to animals is becoming more important. We have tools available for both manual and automatic assessment of animal welfare. And if we look at the laying hen case, there are a lot of best practices available, monitoring tools available. So if there is an interest in different countries to make use of these materials, we are very willing to share them. Here you can see some links to the materials and my email address. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions if there's time.
Так, дякуємо за змістовну доповідь. Тепер переходимо до запитань. Пані Світлана, чи є у нас запитання в чаті?
Доброго дня. Запитання є прохання і побажання. Хочу розпочати з першого до доповіді про підсумки роботи проєкту Сулави. Є прохання в чаті розмістити посилання на електронні підручники. І пані Олена Смірнова уже розмістила ці покликання, можна ними користуватися. Також в чаті дуже гарна підтримка і стосовно доповіді про утримання курей несучих у Нідерландах. Є такі повідомлення схвальні, що для нас це нова інформація.
People claim that this information is new for us, and the fact that the percentage is so high, it was something new for our participants, in particular about such a high percentage of free-range hens. So the first question is to Alexander Virzich. And the question is as follows. Dear Alexander, thank you for your presentation. And how will the national labeling be checked? Will it be done through the state control or through the independent audits? And please explain why 67% of issues were related to the antibiotics. Are these antibiotics really used so much, or is it just a stereotypical vision? So, Alexander, I wonder whether you can give answers to the questions. Well, it seems that Alexander is having some technical issues and he had to disconnect, so probably he will not be able to answer the questions. We will further the questions to him, and then we will get the written answers and we will send them out to all the participants of our forum. All right, then we'll have the question to our last speaker. So you mentioned that modern technological systems are used for assessing the level of welfare of animals. Taking into account the increasing number of sensors that are used to assess animal welfare, what do you think? How do those sensors affect the mental health of animals? And where is the borderline between where we can use those sensors and not to intervene the personal space of the animals?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it should always be, when we make use of automatic monitoring systems, there should always be also a human control. It should not be taken over by automatic systems. And of course, we also have to think about what are we putting on the animals, and is that affecting the animal's behavior? In the case of the dairy cow with a small collar, probably it has little effect on its behavior. When you have a small chicken, or you have to think about different ways of monitoring. The current development is mainly focusing on non-invasive monitoring. So, for instance, using cameras and microphones. But I fully agree that it should not take over human-animal interactions. It's still very important that the animal caretaker also sees the animals and walks around in the house. But sometimes technology can be a good assistant for the farmer. For instance, pointing out parts of the pig farm, for instance, where animals with health problems are, and then the farmer can focus its attention more on the animals that really need it. So, but I fully agree that there should always be a human involved in the process.
Так,
Так,
дякуємо за
дякую.
відповідь.
Ще таке невеличке
Thank you for
прохання.
the
Є
answer.
прохання
And
в
there is
чаті
another
про те, щоб
request in the
розмістили
chat.
посилання на
Could you
протокол
please
стосовно
place the link to
перемичок,
the
якщо це
protocol
можливо.
that you
І
mentioned
також
about laying hands, if it's possible? And also, the speakers would be very much, the participants would be very much willing to get your presentation. Yes, we have already explained that all the presentations will be provided, and all the links in the presentations will also be forwarded to all of the participants, registered participants. All right, thank you. Then there are no further questions. At least I don't see any. There is a very interesting question. If our last speaker still has a chance to, actually, it's to a previous speaker regarding welfare, sheep welfare. Just a moment, let me have a look at it. So, for how long, and what tools were used by the Netherlands for the consumers to focus less on the price, but focus more on the mental component? So how much time did it take you to reach that stage?
Yeah, that's a good question. Traditionally, in Northwestern Europe, there has been quite a lot of focus on animal welfare. So people tend to find it an important topic. At the same time, when they can choose in the supermarkets between products with the higher animal welfare level and the price is much higher, they will also be reluctant. Price is still very important. In a way, of course, when the retailers decide that, for instance, cage-free is then the standard, and there's no eggs from cage systems in the supermarket, then you make the decision for the consumer, of course. And then, yeah, the consumer is forced to buy cage-free eggs. But you do see that people in the Netherlands are willing to pay a bit more for animal welfare. I would say that there's, of course, a limit to the amount, the size of the increase in price that people are willing to pay. When it's 10% higher, many people will consider it. When it would double the price, it can be a different story, of course. And we have quite a strong national animal welfare label. It's called the Better Life label, where people can also recognize from what kind of system the product is coming from. And since last year, we also, for instance, have minimum 1-star Better Life label for pig meat and for broiler meat in the supermarket. And this is also accepted well.
Thank you. And there is one more question in the chat. It refers to the deep laying. So could you please, to deep litter. So are you using this in the bird farms, and what can you tell more in detail about that? The bedding or the litter?
The litter in the laying hen farms? Yeah. So
yes, exactly. Yes.
So it's common in the cage-free system to have a litter on the floor. It is not a very thick layer. It's about maximum 5 centimeters that the birds use for foraging and for dust bathing. And the farmers also manage the litter in the sense that they make sure that the layer does not become too thick, and they try to keep it dry and attractive for the birds, and is of course removed after every flock, and the house is cleaned and disinfected, so it does not stay in the house. That's for behavior, packaging, dusting, so litter is very important to them.
Thank you. Mr. Redenborg, there are some more questions for you. So there is a request for you to speak more in detail about sheep breeding in the Netherlands. But are you an expert in this field? Maybe we should readdress the question about sheep breeding in the Netherlands.
To who is
Can
the
you hear
question?
us? To you.
To me?
Well, actually, this is the question for you regarding the development of sheep breeding in the Netherlands. If you know anything about that, is it well developed in the Netherlands? Could you just tell a couple of words about that?
I happen to be a hobby sheep breeder, but the sheep sector is not very large in the Netherlands. So it's we mainly have dairy and pigs and poultry, and when the sheep are there, it's mainly in the to manage the grazing areas on the coast of the North Sea. There are some larger sheep farms, but it's not a very large sector in the Netherlands. And it tends to be pasture based, so the animals stay out for most of the time. And recent challenges have been the introduction of the wolf in the Netherlands, and also the blue tongue epidemic that has also affected multiple countries. But all in all, from a welfare perspective, the sheep are mainly outdoors, so they have an opportunity to show behaviors that are important to them. So sheep welfare is also not a very big area in the Netherlands. Sheep welfare research.
Thank you. And there is one quick question. Maybe in the Netherlands you have some non-traditional, like nutria, or maybe some insect breeding or mussels breeding. So maybe you know anything about that.
Yes, there has been development in the insect farming. There's several companies now starting to produce insects, for instance, black soldier fly larvae, either for to feed animals, to feed poultry or to feed fish, but also to develop products for human consumption. It's still a developing industry, but there's a lot of interest because also from a wider sustainability perspective, it is interesting to breed insect on different feedstuffs, manure. So from a more recycling perspective and closing the cycles can be quite an interesting area as well. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for your answers. I can see Natalia Hrishchenko's hand. Would you like to comment upon this? Yes, if I may, I'm really so much grateful to the speakers for very interesting information. And I wonder if I could ask one more question. Could you tell us what is the percentage of the state aid or the aid coming from non-state institutions that producers have received to introduce those technological changes? What was the percentage of state aid of subsidies that the producers in the Netherlands used to transform, to move to those new technology processes?
That's a good question. I would not know that by heart. There's some subsidies for especially when people transform the house to a different system. But I would have to check the numbers. I would say that the majority is still about is there a business case from the customer side? Is there a sufficient market share for cage-free eggs, for instance, that decides whether farms can convert to this type of housing system? My impression is that the role of subsidies is not huge in the Netherlands, apart from the normal EU subsidies for that are basically received by all farms. So there's some smaller funds for innovations, for also research projects in practice, but I don't think that's the main driver for change.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Radenburg, for your highly informative answers. And dear colleagues, I'm really so much grateful to all our reporters, to all our speakers who delivered their presentations. These are Nadia Magrelo, Olena Smirnova, Natalia Hryschenko, Alexander Versich, Jonas Bastian Rodenburg. I'm really grateful to all of you for your presentations and for the dialogue with our conference participants that we have had. And let me announce session 3, education for the sake of changes, development of the sector that is ready to introduce the rules for animal welfare, closed. Let's do a wrap up, and thanks a lot to all the participants. Thank you, Anatoly, for your facilitation. Dear colleagues, thank you for helping us with the facilitation of this session of questions and answers. And thanks a lot to all the speakers for great materials which were delivered by you in a very interesting way.
Of course, it will take some time to come up with a mailing list. Andriy? With this, I'd like to give the floor to Andriy Hetya, who will be the moderator for the final session. Today, Andriy Hetya is professor of the Department of Genetics, Breeding, and Animal Biotechnology. And the topic of session 4 is advancing animal welfare in Ukraine, joining forces for sustainable livestock. It's going to be an intersectoral dialogue, so I'm inviting Andriy and all of the participants of the panel discussion. Please switch on your cameras. It will make our communication easier. And with this, we can start our expert panel discussion. Yes, thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you for this opportunity. So you have already voiced the name of session 4. As you've mentioned, it's probably one of the most interesting sessions, if not the most interesting one. The advantage is that it is interactive, so everybody will have an opportunity to ask a question while upon listening to some information. Since we don't have that much time, this session will last from 4:30 to 5:30. So we will try and organize it in the following way. We have 7 invited experts. So each expert will have between 4 and 5 minutes for some introductory remarks, and then there will be time for a Q&A session. The questions can be submitted by you in the chat or the Q&A section. So the experts that I will be naming are some of the best experts that we have in Ukraine. These are the most competent people as far as the topic at hand is concerned. They started dealing with the concept long before we started having active discussions. And I hope that we will make use of this time and ask as many questions as possible, because there will not be much time after that. So today we have 7 experts. I will not be reading out all the titles and positions since it will take too much time. I will just read out the names and the organization that these people represent. So we have Vitaly Kryuchkov. We have already met him, and He's been speaking here today already. He is the representative of the Ministry of Economy. We understand that he is the representative of the agrarian bloc, which is extending support to us. Then we have Oleksiy Klimenok, representative of the State Service of Ukraine for Consumer Protection and Food Safety. This is an expert who has already taken the floor today, who told us about the upcoming plans of the service. And we also have Oksana Yurchenko. She is president of the Association of Ukrainian Pig Breeders. We have Hanna Lavrenyuk here with us, General Director of the Association of Milk Producers, Serhiy Karpenko, Director of the Union of Poultry Breeders of Ukraine, Volodymyr Ochenashenko, Professor, Head of the Scientific and Research Department of NOLS Ukraine, and Valentina Vozna, Project Coordinator of Eurogroup for Animals. As you can see, we have different segments here. We were trying to cover as many aspects as possible. We even have representatives for consumers, which we did not always have an opportunity to include previously. So each of you will get a couple of minutes, not for introductions, but to summarize some of the most interesting things and maybe voice some of the questions. So Vitaly Krychkov, the ministry has done a lot in terms of alignment of our legislation with the EU acquis, and this is something acknowledged by the partners today. The work has not been completed. So what are some of the future steps that the ministry should take upon the completion of the screening? We know that it has already taken place, and what are some of the challenges on the way to implementation of the legislation? Good afternoon once again. I'm happy that we still have so many people staying here with us. It's a wonderfully organized event, and we are discussing a very relevant topic. Yes, the screening has been completed. For us to be able to identify the gaps seen by the Commission members, we need to get the written recommendations first. But as of today, what we are seeing, we as the ministry, as the policy maker, understand that there should be amendments made for transposing of the EU acquis related to transportation and slaughtering of animals. And there are some steps that pertain to implementation of the legislation. This is about the use of skin and fur of some animals. And also there are some measures pertaining to state control. Also, part of our plans is completion of the development of a checklist for scheduled and irregular inspections with regards to animal welfare. So these are some of the main things that are being planned. And what are some of the steps that we have taken already? We are amending Law 1206, which in part related to animal welfare, will become the foundation. We still need to do some work, and this is about transposing some of the legislation with regards to transportation and slaughtering, something that I have already mentioned. Now I have a question for Oleksiy Klimenok. Control over compliance with the regulations is the mandate of your service, but when do business operators really need to start complying with the regulations? And will the service be helping the business operators? And when will the first experts start their work? Yes, you mentioned some training. So when will the experts start their work? And will there be any penalties or fines for those who do not want to comply with the legislative norms and requirements? Thank you for the question. With regards to official control and the business operators, each business operator decides on the mechanism that they are to choose. But we are talking about legislation here, and we already mentioned that the requirements for animal welfare in keeping will come into force starting from the 1st of January 2026. Some people may use 3 months for that, some may use a year, and some are already in compliance. But what is important is that you need to follow the timeline established by law. And what has been mentioned by Vitali is that we already had a transition period, and some legislative acts were adopted back in 2021, and they are coming into force in 2026. And if we are talking about official control, since we have some limitations, it will be used not in full capacity, not at all enterprises at the same time. So we are currently having a moratorium, so there will be some planned activities. There will be an annual plan. So the goal is not to shut down everything during the first year. The goal is to collect information, to understand what the current state of affairs is. Where we have the laggers, we hear information that some people are ready while others are not. And this is something that can be confirmed based on the results of the official control measures being conducted. And our inspectors will come to the enterprise and will not just put up a list of those enterprises that do not comply. There will be some recommendations. There will be a time period during which the mistakes can be rectified. And after the expiration of this period, if the business operator does not follow the recommendations, then there may be some fines. But we will be following the progress. If we come to the farm and we hear from people that they don't want anything, they are not planning on doing anything. But then again, there are some slaughterhouses, for instance, they have not yet bought the equipment, or the equipment will be delivered in 3 months, but they already know what they want to do. The same applies to cages and laying hens. If there's ventilation, if there's proper lighting, and the people have been trained and they know what to do, then it's only the question of finances. There may be a transition period established for them to comply. So the service will try and be understanding about things like that during the audits. As far as support is concerned, our colleagues and I are often approached by people with questions. They ask about requirements, and within our mandate, we explain these things to the people, and this is something that we will continue doing. The important thing is that the business understands us, and we understand the business, because each party needs to know what the other one is doing. So there should be a uniform approach as far as audits are concerned, so that there are no differences between audits taking place in Lviv and in Dnipro. So there will be a single approach for all the enterprises. If you're showing progress, then we will be more accepting and lenient. If you don't show any progress, then of course it's going to be different. So if I can, let me just add a couple of things here. I just wanted to mention that business operators should not get too relaxed and think that the audits will not take place very soon. The reality is that all of the regulations and norms coming into force are already grounds for some extraordinary inspections to take place. So doctors working at meat processing plants, they are doing control over slaughter, as well as conducting control over the skin of chicken during slaughter. So in case violations are detected, this may become a legal ground for an irregular inspection. And the same applies to veterinary doctors that issue documents. While issuing documents and when they are observing the loading of animals onto the truck, when they are observing the conditions in which the animals are kept. They can send a message to the regional offices of the Consumer Protection and Food Safety and the Service, and the inspector will have to respond, to react somehow to this. So please be serious about this. Of course, we are understanding of the situation and we want for us to reach the final destination together, but it's important to have cooperation. It's about understanding and everybody responding. Thank you very much. We have one question for all of our associations because this burden will fall onto the shoulders of associations because we can use different figures of speech, we can describe the processes, but the work itself will happen with the producers, and we have their representatives that are the associations. So I would formulate the question as following. Of course, it's clear that some business operators will be following the regulations and the normative framework, but how would you assess the readiness of business operator for implementation of these new norms? What should be done for the business operators to be able to face these challenges and, as the experts have just mentioned, so that they could continue their work in view of the new reality, so that they are not harmed by this and so that they don't leave the market because of that? So how does your communication with the producers happen, representatives of associations? So today it was mentioned that it's about poultry farming, then pig farming, and we don't have that much work in the dairy sector and in cattle breeding. So today it has already been mentioned that the poultry farming will have to shoulder the biggest share of this burden. So this is Sergei Karpenko. Good afternoon to all of the participants of the forum. Thank you for these nice words that I have been at the front line of all of this. Thank you for expressing gratitude for what we are doing. Thank you for inviting me to the discussion. If we are speaking about it in broad terms, then maybe not everybody still understands the scale of challenges that we'll have to face during the integration into the European agricultural sector. We have many strategic differences on the level of basic approaches and the formation of business in the agrarian sector. And as far as animal welfare and poultry keeping is concerned, you know that the poultry farmers were the first ones to start implementing European practices in this aspect, and we have been following these practices for more than 10 years now. We have been complying with them for more than 10 years. Now this is about those exporting poultry, meat and eggs to the EU member states. As far as readiness is concerned, today we already heard some numbers. So as of today, around 80% of poultry meat produced by Ukrainian enterprises, they have the European numbers. 15 poultry farms have European accreditation for egg processing plants, and the number is increasing with each year, in particular in recent years when the European market has become our key export market due to logistics, increased consumption, high purchasing parity of the European citizens. If we are talking about welfare of poultry, I would differentiate between meat production and egg production. If we are talking about re-equipping the facilities, then it may be very difficult for egg producers to switch to the European requirements. Almost 80% of cages used in Ukraine do not comply with European requirements, and this equipment cannot be partly modernized. It requires dismantling and replacement with new equipment. According to our estimate, joint investment in re-equipment of farms, not taking into consideration the numbers that already comply with the European requirements, and you know that. So the investment is around 13 billion hryvnias. If we are talking about broiler production, the key aspect here is the live mass of chicken per square meter. And as I mentioned, 80% of poultry meat made in Ukraine complies with the European requirements, and the other share will be able to meet the requirements because of reduced concentration of the number of birds. So this will in turn result in the necessary sum of investment around 4 billion, and the sum total of investment for poultry both in meat and egg production in order for us to move to the European standards is at least 17 billion hryvnias. And here we are talking just about the poultry farms, but there should also be investment made in sorting equipment, in slaughterhouses and warehouses. Perhaps somebody would like to maybe build a new combined feed plant, which will require new infrastructure facilities for waste management, transportation of waste, and we will probably have to multiply the sum of investment by 2, and we will not be too far off. So what should be done? In my personal opinion, I think that Ukrainian producers should be offered some economic incentives so that they become more active in implementing the minimum standards according to the new legislation. There should be an understanding of the possibilities of export to the EU member states. It should be increased quotas or some other incentives for the producers to modernize their facilities. This is something that we saw back in 2022 when the European Union cancelled the quotas and the number of enterprises which started implementing the requirements. It increased in geometric progression. So the first thing is understanding of the export to the European countries. Number two, because of the hostilities and general decline of our economy, poultry producers find it difficult to find additional investment in re-equipping their production facilities. So there should be some available programs of state support to become an incentive. So these can be targeted loans or some programs like reimbursement of the construction and re-equipping of facilities built before. Introduction and compliance with new requirements for poultry welfare will be very difficult to achieve without the support of the state and the European partners to smaller farms and smaller producers focused on the internal market. Additionally, the industry is supposed to introduce these new standards amid the circumstances of uncertainty and invest money during a time when many farms are understaffed, when there are risks from the hostilities. Thus, we see that the pace of introducing these requirements is quite low, and I think that we will see an acceleration when the military actions are over, and there should also be liberalization of trade in poultry products with the EU state. In addition to the financial component and the system of incentives, we need to look at institutional capacities and That is to say that we need to train experts who tomorrow will be dealing with day-to-day processes at production facilities that ought to comply with the new requirements. We don't have practitioners that have worked with alternative poultry keeping systems. We have just a few people like that, so we need to train at least a minimum number of these trainers who then on the regional level could promote the issues of welfare among the poultry producers. Thus, without strategic vision for organization of these procedures, Ukraine will not be able to implement the animal welfare requirements efficiently, and such processes can take years. Thank you. That was briefly my answer to your question. Mr. Heta, yes, thank you very much. This is not information that you can find in open sources, which makes it even more valuable. Let me add just one sentence here. We all understand that in 2026, most likely, a decision will be made by the European Commission with regards to prohibition of cage system in the European Union. We don't know when that's going to happen. There will probably be some transition period which will last for 2 years, maybe 4, maybe 10. This is something that we will find out in 2026. There is a draft decision, and maybe next year we will see that the cage method will be prohibited in the EU. So once again, we will have to adapt to those amendments in the EU legislation. And for now, it doesn't really make sense to hurry to buy the cages that can still be used if we imagine that in a couple of years it may be prohibited altogether. So we are at the crossroads as far as decision making is concerned. But in our work, we recommend that our poultry farms look at alternative methods of poultry keeping, because this is something that will remain relevant, and you will always find a market for these products, be it an internal market or external market. Thank you very much. And what will our colleagues from other associations tell us? So, Oksana, you are the victim of reforms. You know, I've been listening to Serhiy. It's hard to add anything to recommendations. And I remember when two ladies talk to each other, one is saying, you know, my arm is hurting, and the other one says, my arm is hurting even more. So maybe I wanted to highlight some things pertaining to our sector. So he mentioned the number of plants and poultry farms that are active exporters. They already had those incentives to implement the animal welfare standards, and pig farmers in this context are volunteers, because we still didn't enter the European market because of the episodic situation in the country. I talked to different people, I can be frank here, and I don't think that in Ukraine our consumers have this demand for more expensive meat. So there is no special funding, and consequently we are faced with the requirements. The producers have their day-to-day things to deal with, and plus they need to find some financial resources to implement this. And here we need to add an important comment. I've been listening to the previous presentations, and I've been listening to comments with regards to approaches showed by the representative of Перемога cattle farm, and it seemed to me that we always think about animal welfare about some items, like the size of something, the size of the holes, the size of the premises, something that is written in documents. But if we are talking about modern farms, modern pig farms in particular, quality conditions with good temperature, with good lighting, with good feed, This is something that people started working on a long time ago, and they invested a lot of money to actually be able to create the conditions for the animals to have nice conditions, nice growth, so that business remained business and not become a zoo. So if we are talking about the context of animal keeping in general, about approaches, so once again, it may be about stereotypes, about using antibiotics at farms. Is it a stereotype or is it a general issue? I think a lot of work should be done so that we tell regular consumers about the way we are rearing animals at enterprises. These are not some dirty buildings that are maintained in unknown ways. So it's all a contemporary approach. Everything is according to standards, including those borrowed from the European Union. And number two, since there are so many players on the market, if we are talking about the pig farms, we have around 900 of those, and who is ensuring the biggest share of this sector. And we have 60 participants in our associations, which accounts for 70% of the market. So there are the farms that cover a big share of the market, those who have consolidated effort, who have invested money so that they can now have the highest standards in efficiency and productivity. And there is also a big share, and this is for those farms that have some limited access to funding. Without financial support, it will be very difficult for them to survive. And once again, Serhi also mentioned that Serhi is an important incentive for pig farming. It could be one of the sore spots, it could be one of the priorities, but again, it could become as an incentive to implement the requirements faster, because you will know that there is a market. Because we may think about very general and abstract things, but we travel to the European Union, we talk to experts. But today I didn't hear anyone raising this question, but in Europe they are talking about citizen-consumer gap. So it's a gap between what we want, our high ideals, and us voting with our money when we come to the supermarket. So we all speak about the standards, but in the end we buy those things that we can afford. So the entire complex of things is what the association will have to deal with, because we are in communication with the ministry and the State Service for Consumer Protection and Food Safety, and we still have some months left before implementation of these rules, and we still need to convey this information to the producers, that it's not something that will take place in 2 years' time. It will happen in several months. And those who have not yet started working, they will have to catch up. So that was it. Sorry, maybe I was being a bit chaotic, but I fit in the timeline. Yes, that was very interesting. It wasn't chaotic, it was energetic and inspiring, and you also gave us some hope. We can believe that we can do it. And let me just add, so you asked about the numbers, and he mentioned 17 billion in investment. We were doing calculations for our sector, and we came up with a number between 10 and 12 billion. Thank you. That was interesting. Once again, these are numbers that are not openly available. Hannah, the floor is yours. What will
Hannah,
you
you're
tell
very
us?
much welcome. What would you say on that? So, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for invitation. And thank you for the opportunity to comment the situation in the milk industry. So, let me first say that the situation with alignment of the European standards for keeping, killing, and transportation of animals is taking place in very tough conditions. And the main challenge of all of us to side by side with those European integration stories is to survive, because the main challenge for all our producers and manufacturers is war. And I have to indicate that more than 100 milk farms in the frontline area that either are fully functioning or were under occupation have been partially damaged and destroyed. That's why issue number one for them to keep afloat. And it's only a small part of such farms that are in the risk area that manage to get relocated. Relocation is difficult because of the specificity of the work of livestock farms. And Ukrainian enterprises would have to adjust to the welfare conditions, but that was supposed to happen in the years of full-scale invasion. So it has been mentioned that we have had enough time, because in 2019 the first order was adopted, and then certain elements were further adjusted. So there seems to have been enough time, but don't forget that in 2022 the full-scale invasion started. Alongside with those difficult circumstances, I have to stress that we have got good results, because in spite of all those challenges, side by side with economic breakthroughs that our milk industry shows, because they have got the 20 plus record data as far as livestock breeding is concerned, and the increase in livestock breeding. This was all done in the conditions of blackouts and physical attacks, but they also managed to increase by 6% the volume of milk produced for processing, supplied for processing. 25% of all the milk coming for food processing into dairy products is already the milk spent on exported products, and about 60 processing milk enterprises have the permission to do export to the EU countries. What does it mean for the milk farms that in the conditions of martial law are not to be inspected by the State Service for Food and Consumer Rights? This means that those enterprises that farms that are the raw materials base side by side with the moratorium on inspection need to take audits twice a year. The audits for the requirements regarding hygiene of milk production, and also this is audit as far as the conditions for and the requirements for animal breeding and animal welfare are concerned. So this means that at least half of our enterprises already meet the requirements for the export of dairy products from Ukraine to be trusted in the EU. But of course, we are faced with huge investment challenges, because quite a share of our companies, this progressive core that has been shown by the member of the associations of Metro Salamaha. So quite a share of this was invested before, starting with the 1st of January 2026. These requirements have become urgent, because there will be no transitional period. It is over. But quite a share of SMEs, in particular staying in the frontline area, are facing some difficulties with adjusting their enterprises to the new animal welfare challenges. What are the challenges? They are related mostly to the fact that they are of small size. They cannot actually engage investment, and according to our estimates, about 40% of the industrial livestock in Ukraine is kept in such companies which are in need of restructuring or even complete reconstruction in order to meet the requirements. And if we have some preliminary estimations, Andrei mentioned that milk livestock breeding has the minor problems with animal welfare, because they are rather general and specific only for cows. But in our milk sector, the peculiarity is that the volume of investment is the highest if compared with all the other sectors, and the payback period is from 7 to 8 years, which is the longest. So seemingly we don't need to change a lot, and the changes are not that significant. But if we make preliminary estimations regarding how much money we would need for that, we will have a figure of about $200 million. So therefore, if we speak about the challenges, so they are primarily related to the need for investment. And another factor is also very important. This is the human factor, because the industry has a high staff turnover rate before the war. human scarcity, human resources scarcity was challenge number one, but with the full-scale invasion and forced migration, conscription, and perishing of people, we have faced this dire shortage. And therefore, if we speak about what we need to successfully adjust to the animal welfare requirements, in spite of what we have already done, and I'm really proud of our dairy farms, we would need an awareness raising campaign, and we would also need to have clear explanations on how we could introduce the requirements and comply with the requirements. And we need some explanation not just for the inspectors of the state's service for food and consumer rights protection. As mentioned by Alexei and Vitaly today, we need to be on the same page regarding what is meant by a specific norm of legislation on animal welfare for the inspectors and for the farmers to be on the same page and to have the same understanding. And technical support programs from our partners who already covered this of introducing need has processes. We need to have trainings, and we need to have transparent financial tool or mechanism rather for SMEs and for the companies affected by the war to be able to ensure refurbishment and reconstruction. Thank you. This information is also very interesting. I think that each of us will take this into account in our activity. And let me remind the participants that we have a chance to ask questions. You have two channels, the Q&A box and the chat. And in the meantime, let me give the floor to our next expert. And he actually combines two spheres, which have been mentioned by our previous speaker. This is education and also science. Well, she didn't mention it, but he's a representative of this sector as well. So Mr. Volodymyr asks, how do higher educational institutions take into account the recent legislative norms in the education process? We know that a lot of things have changed, but educational sector is not that dynamic. It's very difficult for lecturers and teachers to change something, to adjust. So what do we need to do for the higher educational institutions, to be more specific, universities, to provide advanced training and retraining courses with due account of the recently introduced norms? This is question number one. And since you're a representative of science, I would also ask you the second question. We understand that all those norms that we have in the form of the laws were evidence-based, science-based. So is the Ukrainian education in science ready to join in this process, and how realistic it would be for the Ukrainian science to do it, to make it happen? Maybe our science is going to prove some other standards and norms that will become the basis for the forthcoming legislation. Over to you. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you for your questions. Thank you, colleagues. So you have rightfully mentioned that if we speak about legislation and implementation of regulatory norms and the EU acquis, then we cannot say whether our science can say on yes or no if it is already envisaged by legislation. That will not happen. We can just improve something or adjust some practices to the legislation. We can tell the way it is happening, what the minimum norms should be, what the maximum norms should be, and what the highest animal welfare standard could be that we can see in some European countries. And in this respect, educators and scientists primarily understand the challenges that we are faced with on the way towards implementation of this policy. And I fully agree with all our reporters who spoke before me regarding key issues. The first challenge is investment. And if you recall the period of 2020, when the order of the Minister of Agrarian Policy regarding requirements for animal welfare was under discussion, so some figures were mentioned there regarding the investment we would need for the poultry, meat, and eggs. So the figure for this sector was within 32 million hryvnias. That was the indicative estimate. And for pig breeding, the figure was about €500 million. Well, the figures mentioned today regarding pig breeding and well, it's the same actually. And for the dairy farms, the figure is also about 1 billion, in particular to be spent on cows. We need to realize that there should be specific information state-based policy aiming at reaching the farmers and the producers with the messages regarding the standards, and there should also be an awareness-raising campaign among consumers, those people who consume the livestock products. The question was asked then, and it's still relevant: is the Ukrainian society ready to pay higher prices for the implementation of the European approaches to animal welfare? And the European legislation started about 10 or 15 years ago, and it shows that the implementation of those standards increases the prime cost by 10 or 20%. And in the range of food products, you have to choose whether you take the ones that are in compliance with the high standards or not. For the manufacturers, well, we have some manufacturers who introduce the standards, but we know that consumers of food products in Europe are not that much willing to pay higher prices. But in Ukraine, it's still questionable. Will we have just a niche segment for internal domestic purposes, or are we going to raise the issue again regarding why European integration processes are not related to the standard of living of Ukrainian population? As far as the contribution of the sector of education and science is concerned, I'm not dealing with this issue. That's why I will not cover it. But I actually raised this issue within the context of different ethical norms and standards and regulations. And in that way, I actually joined in the implementation of the Sulava project. That's why within some specific disciplines, these standards have been implemented. And I think that the moment those standards are introduced, everybody comes to understand that these are the requirements based on the humane treatment of animals. And the educational domain was ready for that even before Ukraine started officially adjusting its legislation to have it aligned with the EU legislation. So from the point of view of readiness of our students, I could say that they are well aware of that. But of course, when they come to specific farms, they may face a different reality, taking into account the structure of different manufacturing processes. The only time that we made analysis of the situation in 2020, and we saw that about 60% of farms were not compliant with the norms of the EU acquis, and these would be the farms that would be in need of some investment. Therefore, now we have a problem of obligatory training of staff, and all the laws that you would have a look at, be it national or European level laws, will show you that as far as animal welfare is concerned, there is an obligatory element of staff training, which could be taking place in the form of certification courses. I mean, university-based certification courses. And this is actually the key result of the Sulava project. We have got this training course dedicated to live breeding and to pig breeding. So we have the Center of Excellence. And another thing is the establishment of the educational facilities to which the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, or now the Ministry of Economy, is the state, the Service and Food and Consumer Rights Protection, could actually assign the task of providing some training services together with the maintenance of the state register for animal welfare certificates for staff members. So this is a contribution that our educators could actually make. And the third component of educational services is advanced training for scientific stuff and for teaching stuff. We don't know what the depths of this matter is in different educational institutions, we should check it. But I think that the leading educational and scientific institutions could arrange this, could make this happen together with the state authorities. As far as research is concerned, we've got some perspective and directions. And I think that we could reach the first outcomes in some 10 years. So this is localization assessment, and these are census systems and how this correlates with positive valency and so on and so forth. So these are the practical aspects where scientists could help us. And it could be the work with the protocol on the development of the protocol for assessing the welfare, because the EU regulations set out the basic requirements, the minimum requirements. And the experience of farmers from the Netherlands and Germany shows that some of the farmers keep just with the minimum standards to ensure high profitability. Also, we have the bioindicator system. I actually looked through to see whether there's some information to see whether this market is well developed, whether we have some mobile labs. And the only example that I saw was mobile labs for poultry. And following the biochemical parameters, they can actually assess this. And then it's also developing the systems for monitoring the condition of animals. And another topic raised in the national legislation of some topics is screening of personal properties of staff allowed to work with animals. So these are characteristics like empathy. So how do we assess this empathy for animals? Then dedication and patience regarding certain types of behavior of animals. So in these respects, we may actually be developing, well, you know, that the funding is now priority based, and there are some priority directions within which the state is ready to allocate the money. But if we take the priorities of the National Academy of Science, we can see this priority because we had something to do with the development of the concept of development. But at the level of the Ministry of Economy, we don't have a priority, and that's why we won't see any funding for the field of animal welfare in the nearest 2 or 3 years. That's the problem. Well, unfortunately, we don't have the representatives of the ministry as of today because our range of topics is related to livestock, to animal breeding. But I think that when we submit the report, because the Erasmus project is actually an educational project, so we will also try to give this information to them for them to get acquainted with it. Thank you, Volodymyr, for the information provided by you. And we have one more expert, the last but not least. And normally it's not that we have ignored manufacturers and consumers. We mostly invited manufacturers, but now we have changed the roles, and we have Valentina Voslam, who is representative of the Euro Group for Animals, an NGO. And we have a question hanging in the air, in particular in our communication with foreign experts, because they normally say that the driver for the zoocentric model of animal, unlike man-oriented one, are the consumers. It was the consumers who actually demanded those changes. But Ukrainian experts say that in Ukraine, unlike the countries which already the EU member states, this driver or this driving agents for this approach is in the political field. So politicians are the driving engine. So there is a certain conflict of interest here. So is this the right statement? And are Ukrainian consumers generally interested in the introduction of those norms because they will have a higher price? And is the Union of Consumers ready to support this idea? I don't know whether this is really a question for you and for your organization, but we don't have any other representatives of NGOs. So over to you. Thank you. So I really like the way you phrased this statements and these questions, taking into account that we also have Ukrainian politicians here. So I do agree that Ukrainian politicians do play an important role here, and without their work at the legislative plane, I don't think that we would have had any changes introduced. But probably we should ask ourselves, and who acts as the driver for them? And I think that in Ukraine at the moment we have several drivers. And other speakers have already noted many things this about the political accession to the EU and the economic drivers leading us to the EU, but there are also some other elements that are ethical ones. Ukrainians, our consumers, really want to have better conditions of keeping, transportation, and killing of agricultural animals, of farm animals, and to dispel the myth, which I've heard a number of times today, regarding the fact that Ukrainian consumers are not deeply concerned about the conditions in which farm animals are kept, or they are not ready to pay more for those added value products. Let me give you the results of some surveys which have already been conducted in Ukraine, and we've got specific statistical figures. So the first thing is the research coming from several universities, with due account of 2 Ukrainian universities that you represent today. So the survey identified that 92% of Ukrainians think that animal welfare should be improved, and almost 70% of the people are ready to pay more for the products with labeling, animal welfare labeling. Also, this means that the increase in the price should not rise higher than 10%. The other survey was conducted by Ukrstandard already after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and this survey identified that 70% of Ukrainians want farm animals to be kept in the conditions which are as close to the natural conditions as possible, and 63% are ready to pay more for such products within 35%. And I've seen that just recently a link appeared in the chat to a third survey in the Eastern European countries. I could also comment upon that survey because this is the survey which also included a sampling of people from Ukraine, and it was identified the Ukrainians agree to the statement that we should treat the animals that we consume with dignity. That is an interesting study because it was not just a survey, but there was also statistical analysis made to confirm whether this data could be considered to be statistically meaningful or not. So statistical analysis did confirm this regarding the statement, which was the key one in the survey. So the results of those surveys correlate well with each other. And at the moment, they have been supported by some other initiatives like the one of the NGOs called Each Animal. There is an initiative called Vegan Stock, and this sort of initiative shows that actually Ukrainians are concerned about improvement of animal welfare. And if you do ask me where I see the problem, I think that the problem is that for such a large agricultural country as Ukraine is, and Mr. Mystotsky at the beginning of the forum mentioned that animal breeding actually takes 25% of the whole agricultural sector. So we don't have a sufficient number of NGOs that would be dealing with the advocacy campaigns for consumers and for residents. People don't have access to information regarding the conditions in which animals are kept or what methods of stunning are used there. That's my personal opinion, but I think that if we ask an ordinary citizen about the methods of stunning, so not many people will tell you what you're generally talking about. But let me get back to the consumers. At the beginning, I told you about 2 more factors, which is the political and economic factors. And it's not possible to answer this question without mentioning them. As far as the political factor is concerned, we all have striving to be a member of the EU, and therefore we need alignment with the EU acquis. And I think that as of today, this is the main factor why we're generally introducing those standards. And third, the economic factor. So we really want to grow our export to the EU because that is a profitable marginal market which is geographically located in close proximity to Ukraine. So that is an objective reason for that. And export is already on the rise. It seems to me that next week the Council of the European Union will have a voting process on revising the quotas for Ukraine as far as the training agreement is concerned. And all the revised trade, according to this revised trading agreement, Ukraine has undertaken a commitment to report annually to the European Commission regarding the implementation of the animal welfare standards. And there is a clear deadline there. We have to do this by the end of 2028. So I think that we need to implement those standards for ethical reasons, consumer-driven, for political and economic reasons, because we really want to be a member of the EU and we will need to be there, as I think. And we need to just work more. Let's not be afraid of each other. And let me also tell you that all those present at this discussion will probably agree with me. If sufferings can be avoided, they should be avoided. They should be prevented. So thank you for your attention. Thank you. A very interesting stance. I think that many of the participants staying with us today will support you with your statement. I'm now thinking it over. Well, first of all, we are closing this block because you have already provided all the information. We still have a Q&A session, but there is too little time. So most probably all the questions that will be left unattended now. Well, we will send them out to the experts and then we will send out the answers to the participants. But I would probably ask one question. I don't know for whom this question is, but let's try it out. So questions were asked in different formats, but I could formulate the question as follows. Transition to new requirements regarding animal welfare will require a lot of equipment to do the refurbishment of farms. This is an obvious fact. So the question is, do we have it in the national strategy that there will exist a sudden support system for such reconstruction and refurbishment? And what categories of farms could actually expect state support? Those small ones of 40% that produce 30% of products, or the poultry farms that do not do export and will never do export? Or who is going to receive the support? Then what should be the form of this support? This is the question for everyone. So if you're risky enough, please dare to be the first to answer. Maybe from the state phytosanitary service or from the ministry, because we have already had a discussion with you. There is no solution, but there are some ideas already. Maybe you could voice them. Yeah, well, if nobody is brave enough, so let me try. So there is a certain compensation mechanism, but that's going to be a partial compensation of the cost for separate sectors, for specific sectors, if it is adopted. Only that one. And as far as I understand, this is mostly the investment, well, we need it in poultry breeding and in pig breeding. Vitaly, anything to add? Yes, there is an overall investment program this is investment into the milk and dairy farms with a compensation of 25% of the costs that could be spent on reconstruction and construction of the farms that would meet the requirements for animal welfare. But we all know that all the investment is actually going to the defense industry for us to be able to defend our country against the enemy. Because if we fail to defend the country, if we do not repel the enemy, so we'll have just no farms. That's why, first of all the financial investment of the state should be spent on the finance of our defense capacity. Thank you. Well, definitely it's clear. Anna, a question or what? Yes, just to add to what Vitaly said. In fact, this year, our state support programs have been relaunched for the partial compensation of the reconstruction and construction of the milk sector in particular. But the scope of funding, the scope of investment that could be allocated to this program is very small. This is much less than the potential need of companies, of farms for getting this, which is clear because we are at war and we should spend more on the defense sector. So because of that, and taking into account the great losses incurred by frontline dairy enterprises, the Association of Milk Producers, and a lot of other all Ukrainian councils and the Association of Pig Breeders of Ukraine have addressed the Cabinet of Ministers with a letter saying that in the nearest future, at least by the end of the full-scale invasion, if such programs are there, the priority right to use this program should belong to the enterprises that were deoccupied, were affected as a result of the hostilities or were relocated from the occupied territories. I mean that they took their conscious choice to leave the occupied territory, and they lost everything there, but they restored their activities in the government-controlled territory, or they left the frontline territories because there were FPV drones actually watching and attacking the farmers. So in order to preserve this capacity, management capacity, livestock capacity, because it's all about people, it's not just about animals. This is about workers and whole families of workers that leave frontline territories and managers who have tens of years of experience. We cannot lose them. That's why this program should give a priority right to them. And if our ministry and cabinet of ministers and our partners from abroad could actually give us a prompt regarding what funds of the EU could be used by our live breeding farms to have a smooth process of adjustment to the animal welfare requirements, that would be a great thing. We would be very grateful. Okay, if there are no more comments, I think that we need to do a wrap up with this session. And let me express once again my deepest gratitude to you for your important information. And I will probably give the floor back to Victoria. So Victoria, would you like to take picture now or at the end? Okay, so you've already done it. Okay, thank you for your participation, and Victoria, giving the floor to you. Yes, thank you, Andrei, for your facilitation. Thank you, dear participants, for accepting our invitation to this panel discussion. Thank you for having this intersectoral dialogue. You have left a lot of questions. We will analyze all of them, and we will give them to the respective speakers. They will prepare answers to them, which will further be disseminated among all of you. You know, 4 sessions are already behind us. Time flies. So it's time to do the wrap up and to do the planning for our next steps. And with this in view, let me invite Annick Schippers, who is the international expert of the UTP and coordinates this activity. And let me also invite Professor Heinrich Schulle. So Manon Schippers and Heinrich Schulle, you're very much welcome. And first, Manon, we will be grateful if you share with us your impressions, your conclusions from the whole day of the forum. So we will be happy to hear from you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me already extend a great thank you to all speakers for their excellent contributions today. I thought it was a very interesting series of presentations that we've heard today, tackling the topic of animal welfare really from different angles, from a regulatory perspective, from implementation enforcement, but also from the practical side, so hearing from the livestock production sector directly, also from research and education. So I think we've really heard the topic of animal welfare from different angles. And I think it was also confirmed that animal welfare, it's a very important topic for the EU, and with the candidacy of Ukraine for the European Union, I think that also means that animal welfare is now a key topic on the agenda for the entire country. And I think what we've learned from the presentation of Lithuania is this morning that implementation, aligning with an implementation of the EU requirements, it's a multi-year process that starts with regulation, goes through implementation, it goes through adjustments in the sector, and it really involves both public and private sector actors, and it's a multi-year process. So I think that's important to keep in mind. This is not something that can be achieved in 2 years' time. It's a long transformation process, but it's important to start the journey, to embark on the journey, to be committed, and keep pushing forward. We've also heard that this transition process in Ukraine, it is absolutely ongoing. The alignment of the regulatory framework is in full swing. It's accompanied by awareness-raising activities for public and private sector, the publication of guidance documents for operators, new instruments for official controls, training requirements for people working in the livestock sector, etc. And I think what was very interesting that was mentioned this morning is that enhancing animal welfare, it should not only be considered a cost factor, obviously there are costs associated, but it will also create benefits. And I think every now and then it's good to remind ourselves that this is not only cost, but it's also benefits associated. For example, obviously through a membership of the European Union, but also in general through access to higher value markets, through a general higher reputation of the livestock sector in Ukraine, and also improving sector productivity and acting as a catalyzer for modernization of the livestock sector. And I think the presentations that we heard from the different livestock sectors, it showed very nicely how these on-farm animal welfare matters can be improved using really a combination of improved farm infrastructure, improved farm processes, introduction of new technologies, etc. And I think the example of how improving on-farm animal welfare, in fact, was also able to improving farm productivity is also a good reminder of how it can create benefits for the farms as well and for the economy. But what we also heard is that significant investments are needed, so the costs are there, tools will be needed to enable the industry to make these investments and to update and modernize the infrastructure. And also part of it will be expert advisors in the regions to help farms transition in this journey. Then, of course, the education and research, very important contributors to the process of promoting animal welfare. I think it was very interesting to hear the updating of the university curricula and also the creation of centers for lifelong learning, which will help to prepare both the current and the future generations for introducing, improving, enhancing animal welfare in Ukraine. And of course, through the research, we can create new tools to measure on-farm animal welfare, also taking into account new technologies, automatic monitoring systems, etc. Or, for example, how can we communicate with the consumer about the animal welfare standards that are applied? And labels are a tool there. And I think it was very encouraging to hear as well that also in Ukraine, consumers, they are interested in animal welfare. They would like to know more about the conditions under which food is produced. And there's also some willingness to pay a higher price if the consumers know from a reliable source that indeed high animal welfare standards have been met in the production. So I think a lot of positive developments are ongoing. Obviously, it's a journey. Still a lot of work ahead of us, but I think the direction is certainly going in the right direction. So once again, from my side, thank you very much to all the speakers for the very informative contributions. I would also like to give great thanks to the team for QFTP and Sulaway for organizing this event. I know there has been a lot of work going on in the background to put everything together. And finally, from my side, also a big thank you to the interpreters who have been able to keep everybody connected today, despite the lack of a shared language. So thank you very much. And yeah, I hand over back to Victoria.
Thank you, Manon. Really, a lot of things were done behind the curtain, so to say, behind the stage, but that was the smallest part, and we cannot complain because we've got a great outcome and we are moving forward. So, Professor Schulle, if I could ask you to speak.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of a very interesting and intensive conference. Indeed, it has been a long meeting today, but not only the number of participants, but also the large number of questions and the intensive discussions clearly demonstrate the importance of our common topic. However, I can promise that my closing remarks will not take too long and we will be able to finish in time. But first, let me also try to make some summarizing remarks. We have in the first session got up-to-date information about the most recent development of the processes within the European Commission and also the next steps with regard to Ukraine's accession to the European Union. And we heard about Ukraine making really great progress in aligning its legislation and preparing for the upcoming accession negotiations. During the second session, we got perfect examples from Ukrainian agricultural enterprises investing in and applying most modern technologies, not only to increase their profitability, but furthermore to improve animal welfare. And maybe the best message really is that both aspects go hand in hand. In the third session, we got comprehensive information about the achievements of the Sulaway project and the efforts of the Ukrainian universities in updating their study programs and even reaching out to professionals, to farmers and other stakeholders. Sustainability and animal welfare-oriented production is not only related to legal regulations, requirements and restriction, but can also be seen as an additional benefit to society and to consumers, and respective labels can help to provide farmers with higher income, receiving premium prices for their products. For me, the main takeaway from the panel discussions are that the ministry and state institutions intend to positively motivate the producers in implementing the standards and do not intend to shut down existing operations in the first place. However, producers see a need also for financial support for transforming the livestock sector. We also have a wide variance among Ukrainian farms in the different livestock sectors, and to those who are behind, the message should be: do not wait too long, start to act and to adapt your production now in order to stay competitive in future. Training, education, research are key issues and also need appropriate financial resources in order to keep quality and to provide the sector with highly skilled specialists and innovative knowledge. I would not like to close this conference without giving credits to those who are responsible for its success, especially to our co-organizers of the forum and to all the speakers during the welcome addresses and our 4 sessions. Also, I do not want to recall all the names now again. One special thank has to go to the moderators of all the 4 sessions for doing a really great job. Thank you very much to Julia Hüttel and Victoria Letz from the QFT program, to Anatoly Shostya from Poltava, and Andrei Getya representing NUBIP in Kiev. We all need to express our gratitude to the interpreters. And I also want to do this. You really did a perfect job, and we hardly can assess your contribution to the success of this conference. And last, but of course not least, I would like to thank Victoria Letz, Anna Bosuk, and Sarah Pfaff for their perfect and great work in planning and preparing this conference, organizing the schedule and the program, inviting a great audience, and managing the online meeting platform. And of course, they will still be busy preparing the documentation and download material during the upcoming days. Thank you very much for your efforts and great achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to all of you for your active participation in this forum and enriching our international conference. I'm sure we will meet again in future during various occasions. I'm looking forward to upcoming online or personal meetings, to future joint activities and new projects, either online or in person in Germany or other countries in Western Europe and in the Ukraine. Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon and a safe evening.
Thank you, Professor Schule. I would also like to point out, because I didn't hear the name of Anna Borsek, because it was together with her that we didn't sleep along a lot of nights. So I would like to express my gratitude to her for this cooperation, because we really did a good job. We have got a great outcome. Yes, and I would also like to express my gratitude to the technical support team that has helped us to arrange this online platform. So this is the Scientific Methodological Center and its representatives, Bohdan and Serhiy. We have definitely, colleagues, we need to express our gratitude to everyone, dear colleagues. And you know, we always drawing our picture with the QR code that you can see, and you could join the Mentimeter, where you have just an online survey, and you're supposed to use just one word that you would like to use at the end of this training. This is kind of your feedback, maybe one word or several words, and when you do this, we put it all together, and there will be one picture, one full picture based on this event. And while you are putting the words there, let me also say that in the chat we have a link to the evaluation sheet, and we really find it important to get your feedback, because that would actually contribute to the better holding of our next events, and we really find it interesting to learn what your feedback is, for us to know how far we have achieved the objective of this meeting. And while you are all writing your words, then the picture is getting fuller. And I would also like to say that we are so much grateful for cooperation, which is always fruitful with the Ministry of Economy and Environment and Agriculture, also the State Service on Food Safety and Consumer Rights Protection. Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you, Alexei, for us being on the same page and moving in the same direction. And as you've all heard today, the roadmap has been developed, and quite a lot of work will be done following that roadmap. A lot of you have been engaged in some activities under that roadmap, but it's only through united effort that we can really do whatever has been planned. That is really a lot, as Manon in her wrap-up speech mentioned. That is quite a lot of work. That is a journey for many years, but taking small steps towards the objective, we will reach this place of destination. So I'm really grateful to everyone. If you have a look at the picture, you can see the word thank you, which while it is in large letters, it means that the largest number of participants have used this word. And the feedback is pretty much independent, so this means that the participants have come to like it. We are grateful to all of you, because to stay throughout the whole day is not that easy. It's not always easy. You are still at your workplaces, you are busy with some daily chores, but we hope that this information provided during this conference has really been of interest. Let me remind you that all the materials and the video recording of today's forum will be sent out to you to your emails, the ones that you left at the registration. And sometimes such large mailings get into spam, so please check spam. Take it as a rule to check the spam folder. Definitely, probably that will not happen today. Maybe we will do the mailing next week, but we will definitely do it. If you have left the wrong email address, probably you're not going to be reached by those materials. But if you fail to get the materials, you know QFTP on Facebook, and if there is a need for that, we will send the materials to you. And as far as our next events are concerned, we will have an annual event according to our roadmap next year. So if everything is good, we will probably already be analyzing the state of implementation of the requirements that have been mentioned today. Let's be optimistic. So we will get together many a time. Let me remind you once again that the evaluation sheet, the survey, the questionnaire actually is in the chat. The link to it is in the chat. And we will also duplicate this link in the mailing, but please pay some attention to it. You will need just 2 or 3 minutes. Not many questions are there. So thank you for this final picture. And with this, let me do the wrap up. Let me stop sharing the screen, though I like this picture a lot. So let me stop sharing my screen and let me wish all of you to stay safe. Remain willing to move forward, to implement those animal welfare requirements. Let's try to make this world better, more humane, and let's try and achieve our main goal, which is victory and accession to the EU. So thank you. Good luck to all of you and see you soon. Thank you. Goodbye.